Peace and salute. I know I didn't give a much enough time, but it was a long live yesterday, man. I appreciate everybody who came through on the panel and in the chat, man. Salute to everybody. And I'm throwing a curveball today. Every time I do research on old architecture, I bump into Tartaria this, Tartaria that, Tartar. So we're gonna read about Tartar, Russia, Tartary, and Turkey, and we're gonna see if anything in this. It's a long PDF book on Tartaria, but by Dr. Clark. And we're gonna see if this says anything. Um, we'll start off with chapter 1, Clark's travels in Russia, and we're gonna see what it states if this was an entire empire across the plain, or if it's just like the map says. The country, I think it's part of, Russia and China from today's land. Um, or more or less it was in between. I got to look at the map again. Now, I'm not saying it didn't exist. I'm just saying people think Tartaria built all the architecture. And I also have a little argument with some of these world fairs. I've got pictures of them tearing down some of this stuff, and there is wood. Now, I'm not saying all of them buildings are like that. Because they could have added them in for the most part to push a narrative, because they knew they were going to knock them down, and then they only took pictures of certain ones they're knocking down. So, that could be all part of their plan or narrative. Who knows? But there definitely was buildings that were made of wood and plaster. I can't deny that. I found a few pictures, and I also found a few pictures of them knocking down heavy stone cathedrals, the towers where they were getting generating electricity. So they were using cranes. They didn't want to do it like they did to Germany or Deutschland. They didn't want to bomb it to the ground. I think about that a lot while I'm waiting to see who comes in before I read. I, you know, did they evacuate these cities and then have fun just dropping bombs, using their artillery? We didn't live in them days, so we truly don't know what happened because there's so many movies depicting. They love celebrating their WARs. They create so many movies to push a narrative. I've noticed too they're pushing a narrative and your BS flags come up, the red ones, PZK. Hmm. Yeah, that's what it says. But I've seen pictures of before and after of that whole thing, AK. And, uh, who knows? It's like they use their artillery to do a demolition. Why would you bomb an entire city where regular people live? That's just, you know, I gotta try to look at like Middle East. I'm gonna get a list of like Libya. Where else did they go? Pakistan, Saudi Arabia. Uh, where else were they? I think Kabul. Hey, you know what I found, AK? I found a map of California, the island. And in between the island of California and the mainland of USA, there's a piece of water that was there. And guess what it was called? The Red Sea. In the Bible, they talk about the Red Sea. Now, which one's the real one? The one near Africa? Or I think it's somewhere up over there near Europe and Africa, the Red Sea. Or is the real one over here? Or used to be over here? Because now, huh, I'm going to post a map when I after this live, after I read. I'll post it on my community post. Found some interesting pictures. But yeah, it's time to. I haven't really ever dug into the Tartaria, so I was like, let me look for some PDFs because it just gets old when people say Tartaria they were a kingdom that built all the architecture and conquered. And I hear so many narratives, and it's like, well, when I look at the map, they sure as hell are just in one area. Excuse me. So I'm just gonna get started. I waited 8 minutes. Um, the first chapter to this, first off, it's called. I already said it, but I'll say it again. It's called "Travels in Russia, Tartary, and Turkey." And I figured this would be a good one because it's somebody who actually traveled there. It's called the chapter one, Clark's Travels in Russia, which was Tartaria. So says it has probably happened to others as to myself to cast an eye of wishful curiosity towards the eastern boundaries of Europe. Peace Mark Basket. About 2,000 years ago, they were the same. Now they were the same. They are now. The the Tanais. It says Eanais. Tanais. 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 Something like that. Watering the plains of Sarmatia. Watering the plains of Sarmatia separated the Roxolani and the oh no, these names are gonna be tough. Jaziges. I'm probably saying that wrong. I thought it said Jay Z, but it says Jazzyges. Man, I wish what's his name was here. From the Hama Hama. Zobe, and the Alani. In modern geography, the same river altered its appellation, divides the tribe of Don Cossacks from that of Chernomorski, whose territory extends from the Sea of Azov to the Kuban. The Greeks, by their commerce in the Euxine, derived a slight knowledge of the people who lived in the Palus Meotis. The wars of Russia and Turkey directed our attention sometimes to the inhabitants of the same country, but the knowledge of them both among the ancients and moderns has scarcely exceeded the names of their tribes and their character in war. With their domestic habits, the productions of their country, the nature of its scenery, the remains of antiquity they possess, we are very little acquainted. By referring to ancient history, we find that the same want of information prevailed formerly as at present. This may be accounted for from the wandering disposition of the people, who were seldom settled for any length of time upon the same spot, and with regard to their successors, since the migration of the Poles to the marshes of the Don and the expulsion of the Kuban Tartars by the Cossacks of the Black Sea, the country has been submitted to very little ex- ex- examination. So, right there it said, since the migration of the Poles to the marshes of the Don, is he talking about the flood happened because of the shift of the pole a little bit? Guess we'll find out. It was among these people that the political differences of England and Russia, I don't say, is that England? I can't, the words like rubbed out. Yeah, it's England and Russia drove me a willing exile from the cities of Petersburg and Moscow in the last year of the 18th century. Necessity and inclination were coupled together, and I had the double satisfaction of escaping from the persecution of the enemies of my country and of exploring regions which, in the warmest sallies of hope, I had never thought it would be my destiny to visit. In the course of this journey through extensive plains which have been improperly called deserts, and among secluded people who, with as little reason, have been deemed savages, I had certainly neither the luxuries and dissipation of polished cities, nor the opportunic, wait, see the words are smudged out, it's opportunity, it looks like opportunics, nor the opportunities of indolence to interrupt my, my attention to my journal. If therefore it fails to interest the public, I have no excuse to offer. I present it to them as similar as possible to the state in which notes taken on the spot were made, containing whatever my feeble abilities were qualified to procure for the information and amusement, and adorning as far as I am conscious, in every representation strictly the truth. After suffering a number of indignities in common with others of my countrymen. During our residences in Petersburg about the middle of March 1800, matters grew to such extremities that our excellent ambassador, Sir Charles, now Lord Whitworth, huh, found it necessary to advise us to go to Moscow. A passport had been denied to his courier to proceed with dispatches to England. In answer to demand made by our minister for an explanation, it was stated to be the Emperor's pleasure, in consequence of which Sir Charles enclosed the note containing his demand, and the Emperor's answer in the letter to the English government, which he committed to the post office with very great doubts of its safety. In the meantime, every day brought with it some new examples of the sovereign's absurdities and tyranny, which seemed to originate in absolute insanity. The sledge of Count Razumovsky, Razumovsky was by the Emperor's order broken into small pieces while he stood by and directed the work. The horses had been found with it in the streets without their driver. It happened to be a blue color, and the Count's servants wore red liveries. The liveries or liveries, one of the two, upon which ukase, ukase was immediately published, prohibiting throughout the empire of all the Russians the use of blue color is ornamenting sledges and red liveries. In consequence of this wise decree, our ambassador and many others were compelled to alter their equipage. One evening, being at his theater in the Hermitage, a French piece was performed, in which the story, the England powder plot, was introduced. The Emperor was observed to listen to it with more than usual attention, and as soon as it was concluded, he ordered all the vaults beneath the palace to be searched. Coming down the street called the Perspective, he perceived a nobleman who was taking his walk and had stopped to look at some workmen who were planting trees by the Emperor's order. "What are you doing?" he said. "Merely seeing the men work," replied the nobleman. "Oh, is that your employment?" Take off his pelisse and give him a spade. "There, now work yourself." "Damn." They handed him a spade, a gardening spade. When in when enraged, he lost all command of himself, which sometimes gave rise to the very ludicrous scenes. The, con- the courtiers knew very well when the storm was coming on by a trick which he had in the moments of blowing from his underlip against the end of his nose. In one of his furious passions, flourishing his cane about, he struck by accident the branch of the large glass lustre and broke it. As soon as he perceived what had happened, he attacked the lustre. The lustre in good earnest, and did not give up his work until he had entirely demolished it. Uh, it's getting pretty boring. In the rare intervals of better temper, his good humor was betrayed by an uncouth way of swinging his legs and feet about and walking. Upon those occasions, he was sure to walk with in- indecency and folly, but the instances were few in which the gloom spread over a great metropolis by the madness and malevolence of a suspicious tyrant was enlivened even by his ribaldry. The accounts of the Spanish Inquisition do not afford more painful sensations than were excited in viewing that the state of Russia at this time. Hardly a day passed without unjust punishment. It seemed as if half the nobles in the empire were to be sent exiles to Siberia. Those who were able to leave Petersburg went to Moscow. It was in vain they applied for permission to leave the country. The very request might incur banishment to the mines. If any family received visitors in an evening, if four people were seen walking together, if anyone spoke too loud or whistled or sang or looked too inquisitive and examined any public building with too much attention, they were in immediate danger. If they stood still in the streets or frequented any particular walk more than more than another, or walked too fast or too slow, they were liable to be reprimanded and insulted by the police officers. Mungo Park was hardly exposed to greater severity of exaction and villainy among the Moors in Africa than Englishmen experienced at the time in Russia, and particularly in Petersburg. They were compelled to wear a dress regulated by the police, and as every officer had a different notion of the mode of observing these regulations, they were constantly liable to be interrupted in the streets of the public places and treated with imper- impertinence. The dress consisted of a cocked hat, or, for want of one, a round hat pinned up with three corners, a long queue, a single-breasted coat, and waistcoat, knee buckles instead of strings, and buckles in the shoes. Orders were given to arrest any person seen in pantaloons. A servant was taken out of his sledge and caned in the streets for having too thick a neckcloth, and if it had been too thin, he would have met a similar punishment. These people are brutal. After every precaution, the dress, when, when put on, never satisfied. Either the hat was not straight on the head, the hair too short, or the coat was not cut square enough. A lady at court wore her hair rather lower in her neck than was consistent with the decree, and she was ordered into close confinement to be fed on bread and water. A gentleman's hair fell a little over his forehead while dancing at a ball. A police officer attacked him with rudeness and with abuse and told him if he did not instantly cut his hair, he would find a soldier who could shave his head. A mode of punishment, a mode of punishing criminals in Russia. Damn. When the case first appeared concerning the form of the hat, the son of an England merchant with a view to battle the police appeared in the streets of Petersburg, having on his head an English hunting cap, at sight of which the police officers were puzzled. It was not a cocked hat, they said, neither was it a round hat. In this embracement, they reported the affair to the emperor, and U- and ukase was accordingly promulgated and leveled at the hunting cap. But not knowing how to describe the anomaly, the emperor ordained that no person should appear in public with the thing on his head worn by the merchant's son. An order against wearing boots with colored tops was the most rigorously enforced. The police officer stopped a gentleman driving through the streets in a pair of English boots. The gentleman ex- ex- expostulated, saying that he had no others with him, and certainly would not cut off the tops of his boots, upon which the officers, each seizing a leg, and he sat in his drewski, fell to work, and drew off his boots, leaving him to go barefooted home. If, if Englishmen ventured to notice any of these enormities in their letters, which were all opened and read by the police, or expressed themselves with energy in praise of their own country, or used a single sentiment or expression offensive or incomprehensible to the police officers or their spies, they were liable to be torn in an instant, without any previous notice, from their families and friends, thrown into a sledge, and hurried off to a frontier or to Siberia. Many persons were said to have been privately murdered, and more were banished. Never was there a system of administration more offensive in the eyes of God or man. A veteran officer who had served 50 years in the Russian army and attained the rank of colonel was broken without the smallest reason. Above 100 officers met with their discharge, all of whom were ruined, and many others were condemned to suffer imprisonment or severe punishment. The cause of all this was said to be the emperor's ill humor, and when the cause of that ill humor became known, it appeared that his mistress, who detested him, had, had solicited permission to marry an officer to whom she was betrothed. To such excessive cruelty did his rage carry him against the author of an epigram. Oh, no, it's an epigram, in which his reign had been contrasted with his mother's, that he ordered his tongue to be cut out and sent him one of those remote islands in the Aleutian tract on the northwest coast of America, which are inhabited by savages. We talked about that word savages, and it has an asterisk near it. Let me read the asterisk. Why? The following is the sense of that memorable epigram, according to the different translation in French and in English. It originated in the Emperor Paul's attempting to finish with brickwork the beautiful church of Saint Isaac, with the predecessor Catherine had begun in marble. What does that have to do with savages? Anyway, viewing the career of such men who, like a whirlwind, mark their progress through the ages in which they live by a track of desolation, can we wonder at the stories we read of regicides? There is something, says Mr. Park, in the frown of a tyrant which rouses the most inward emotions of the soul, in the prospect, what? Yeah, prospect of dismay, of calamity, and of sorrow, mankind might experience in the reign of Paul. I felt an inward and as the event has proved, a true present sentiment of his approaching death, and I will freely confess, much as I abhor the matter of it, that it was a consummation devotedly to be wished. The reason began to change before we left Petersburg. The cold became dayless. The cold became daily less intense, and the inhabitants were what? The inhabitants were bussied. Why is it? I can't see that. Hold on. Yeah, bussied. What the heck does that mean? Or busside? Or busied? Busied? What is it? Busied? Busied? I don't know. The inhabitants were busied? I never heard that word. Inhabitants were bussied in moving from the Neva large blocks of ice into their cellars. A most interesting and remarkable phenomenon took place the day before our departure. The thermometer of Celsius stood at the time only 5 degrees below the freezing point, and there was no wind. Snow, in the most regular and beautiful crystals, fell gently on our clothes, and on the sledge, as we driving in the streets, all of them possess exactly the same figure, in the same dimension. Every particle consisted of a wheel or star, with 6 equal rays, bounded by circumferences of equal diameter. They had all of them the same number of rays, branching from a common center. The size of each of these little stars was equal to the circle presented by dividing a pea into 2 equal parts. This appearance continued during 3 hours, in which time no other snow fell, and there was sufficient leisure to examine them with the strictest attention and to make the representation given in the first figure. So it's showing a six-pointed star. It's showing a six-pointed star many different ways. They look like snowflakes. As water, in its crystallization, seems to consist of radii or radii diverging from a common center by the usual appearance on the surface of ice, it might be possible to obtain the theory and to ascertain the laws from which this stellar structure results. Monge, president of the National Institute of Paris, noticed in falling snow stars with 6 equal rays, which fell during winter when the atmosphere was calm. Uh, how do you say Hauy? Huh. Hey, records. Hi, 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 records. Hi records this in his observation on the muriate of ammonia. The first drosky had made its appearance in the streets of Petersburg before we left, and we began to entertain serious apprehensions that the snow would fail and our sledgeway to Moscow be destroyed. We had often been told of the rapidity with which the warm season makes its appearance in this climate, there being hardly any interval of spring, but an almost instantaneous transition from winter to summer. The frozen provisions of the city is not consumed by the appointed time, which we generally conjecture to a day almost instantly putrefy when the frost disappears. New account of St. Petersburg. In the reign of Charles VII of Sweden, it was the custom to pay the soldiers in land, and a trumpeter who had an allotment trumpeter who had an allotment made to him near the mouth of the river Neva, that's what it said, complained that it was an unwholesome swamp, insufficient for his maintenance. Upon this spot is built the magnificent city of St. Petersburg. That was St. Petersburg, Florida. The history of its foundation by the great Peter is sufficiently known. In 1703, the building of new capital for the Russian Empire on the shores of the Baltic was commenced, and Peter erected the first house himself. It was a wooden hut, which is yet to be seen by the traveler, protected by a brick covering. From his humble beginning, and upon one of the most difficult sites, has risen the most splendid metropolis in the world, owing to the zeal of the successive Russian sovereigns. Petersburg has been continually enlarged and embellished, and with more justice than is common in such appellations. It is styled the city of palaces, not only the sumptuous ed- edifices. Yeah, edifices belong to the crown, but the houses of the nobility and wealth, I mean, the houses of the nobility and the wealthy inhabitants are upon a scale of grandeur unqualled, no, unequaled. Dang, I can't read. Unequaled in other capitals. The great breadth of the streets adds very much to the imposing effect. In the absence of mean and paltry buildings, which so often destroy the general beauty of the city, is a circumference which infinitely enhances the architectural splendor of St. Petersburg. The houses, though built of brick, are all stuccoed, and the fresh appearance is always preserved by the law, which compels every proprietor to renew the outer wash upon his house once a year. Peace, Christos. I'm just reading this stuff on Tartar, Russia, and Turkey in the 1800s. Petersburg is built upon several islands, formed by the Neva and its branches, and is divided into 12 districts or quarters. In circumference, it exceeds 18 English miles, and its great diameter is about 6. As the boundary of every quarter of the city is marked by a branch of the river or by a canal, the number of bridges is very great. They, in fact, amount to 70, one half of which are of stone, a few of iron, and the rest of wood. No permanent bridges has ever been built over the river Neva itself, since the immense masses of ice which float from Lake Ladoga in the spring prevent the possibility of such an erection unless by suspension. In winter, the necessity of bridges is obviated by the thick coating of ice with which the river is covered, and in summer, 3 pontoon bridges are constructed to connect the city on the two sides of the Neva. These bridges are both solid and handsome, being composed of lofty pontoons decked and fastened together and held firm by large anchors. Over them, a substantial floor of planks is laid, with a footpath on each side. The principal bridge is called the Isaac Bridge, and it's 1,250 feet long and 60 broad. The other two are called, respectively, the Troit, Troitskoy and the Voskresenskoy. Too bad I don't know Russian. Voskre, Voskresenskoy, I don't know, bridges, and are 2,456 feet and 1,260 feet long. In some parts of the city, the Neva is 3,500 feet broad, and it is by far the finest river which flows past any European capital. The pavement of the streets of Petersburg is by no means good, being generally composed of small stones, perpetually displaced or loosened by the alternations of cold and heat. A few of the principal squares and streets have been macadamized, which, although a considerable improvement, is, is attended with the inconvenience of increasing the dust of summer, always a great evil in Petersburg. The visit of the Emperor Alexander to England suggested to him the formation of trottoirs or flag footways, which are now petty general in the streets. Now pretty general in the streets. Previously, the course of the foot passenger, from the multitude of vehicles and the defective state of the pavement, was to the last degree disagreeable, and to this cause was the owing the notion, not now so completely predominant as before, that walking the streets was ignominious. The principal building in St. Petersburg is the Admiralty. No, the Admiralty, sorry. The building in St. Petersburg is the Admiralty, which gives its name to the chief division of the city. It is situated on the banks of the Neva, and is 1,400 feet in length and 672 in breadth. Within its area are contained four ships for the construction of the largest and two for that of the smallest class of vessels of war. It is the center of the Naval Department of Russia and contains a great many collections connected with that service. From the Admiralty branch out three principal streets, which are called Prospectives, the largest of which, called the Nevskoy, Nevasko, I think it's the Nevaskoy Perspective, is 2 miles long with a breadth of 180 feet. The quay of the Neva proceeds on each side of the Admiralty likewise, forming a continued line of 2 miles and a half, furnished with numerous landing steps. This quay is built of granite and raised 10 feet above the level of the water. Along its whole extent is a superb range of public edifices, something like that, and private mansions, rendering it one of the finest promenades in Europe. Promenades? A wide square separates the Admiralty from the Imperial Winter Palace, the length of which on the side next to the Neva is 721 feet. This palace was destroyed in the year 1837 by fire. They love fires. This palace was destroyed in the year 1837 by fire, but it intended to be reconstructed. Its style of architecture was very massive, and its interior decorations of the most sumptuous order. The palaces of the Great and Little Hermitage form a continuation of the Winter Palace, which they were connected by arches thrown across two streets. They presented a continued front of palaces facing the Neva of 1,596 feet, or nearly a third of an English mile. There is a winter and summer garden attached to the Palace of Hermitage, the latter of which, being raised 42 feet above the level of the street, is one of the curiosities of Petersburg. There are several other imperial palaces in the city, of which the Marble and the Taurida are the most celebrated. The Marble Palace, so called from that material being profusely employed in its construction, is on the quay of the Neva, on the line with the Winter Palace. It was originally built for Count Orlov, the favorite of Catherine II, and in the reign of Paul was made the residence of the last of the kings of Poland. The Taurida Palace was built by Pa- Potemkin or Potemkin. That's the name, Potemkin. Potemkin. That's Potemkin. That's freaking hilarious. And is famous in Russia and is famous in Russian history for the extraordinary entertainment given by him to Catherine. That was my mom's name. What's up with this? King Charles and my mom's in here. What's going on with this book? I'm joking. Just previous to his final departure from the Petersburg to the scene of his miserable death, the palace of the Grand Duke Michael is one of the finest ornaments of Petersburg. It is the recent construction, not having been finished until the year 1825. The government buildings in Petersburg are very numerous, among which the Senate House is one of the most important. It is situated in the Isaac Square opposite of the Admiralty and is appropriated to the affairs connected with the executive or directing Senate. The principal duty of this body is to promulgate the laws and edicts of the emperor and to watch over their execution. It is also the supreme tribunal for appeals and has extensive judicial prerogatives. The palace of the Etat Major, Etat, I think, Etat, the palace of the Etat Major is one of the most distinguished edifices in Petersburg. It contains the principal departments connected to the administration of the army. One of the most interesting divisions of this great institution is that devoted to the preparation of maps of the empire and of its respective governments, both for military and civil purposes. An immense number of persons is employed on this service, being all military and kept under military discipline. The progressive steps in the completion of a map from the first trigonom the first trigonomet, trigon, trigonometrical lines, the first trigonometrical lines to the coloring of the map. I think it's trigonometrical lines. I thought I was going to say trigonometry. Yeah, trigonometrical lines occurring in them. Okay, are performed by various individuals with regulated subdivision of labor. Departments for engraving, both on copper and stone, are attached, conducted on the same principles. The maps, when completed, are sold to the public. A very perfect and accurate map of the whole empire. So there you go, people that say these maps are inaccurate. They would be, but uh the king or queen or the admiral made sure these maps are on point, or you'd be thrown in prison. A very perfect and accurate map of the whole empire, with the divisions into governments, the canals, and other important features of the country, has been completed in 80 sheets, the charge for which is 100 rubles, or 2 rubles for each sheet. It's purchased separately. In this establishment are also manufactured all mathematical instruments which may be requested in military service, and likewise departed, a press department for printing military orders, reports, and registers. In the a lot, in the Etat Major is a very large hall composed entirely of cast iron for the purpose of containing the military archives of the Russian Empire. It is 250 feet long, 100 wide, and from the 70 to 80 high. In the incombustible respiratory are preserved all documents relative to military subjects from the year 1719, arranged in such admirable order that any paper that may be wanted can be found in a few seconds. The number of persons employed in the establishment on the Etat Majors is 1,200, of whom nearly 1,000 live in the house, together with 130 women and several children. The palace of St. Michael, in which the Emperor Paul was assassinated, has never been inhabited by any of the imperial families since that event. That event, they called it an event. Like, let's go to the event. You know, Emperor Paul was assassinated at the event, and it is now. Uh, and it is now converted into a military school for the education of the engineer officers, being styled the Hotel du Genie. The olden, the olden and the new arsenal, the foundry, the post office, the citadel on a small island opposite of the Winter Palace, and the Mint are all buildings of great interest in St. Petersburg. In addition to these are 108 edifices belonging to government, a particular description of which would be tedious and of little use. The buildings and institutions connected with science and the fine arts in St. Petersburg are numerous and distinguished. First in importance is the Imperial Academy of Sciences, situated on the right bank of the Neva, opposite the Admiralty. Opposite of the Admiralty. It was founded by Peter the Great. Founded by Peter the Great. So they found it. Peter found it. And Peter was great. Peter was great for finding it. He found it. It was founded by Peter the Great and has enrolled amongst its members several distinguished men. The reports of its proceedings have been regularly published and attained high estimations. Its collections are extremely valuable, consisting of a zoological museum, a cabinet of Mineralogy, a collection of dried plants and insects. And Asiatic and Egyptian Museum, a collection of ancient metals and coins. Three cabinets of Asiatic, Russian, and modern metals, and a cabinet of curiosities, together with an extensive library. I wonder what was in that library. The cabinet of Peter the Great is also here exhibited, consisting of a suite of apartments containing several articles, the workmanship of his own hands, and a representation of himself, dressed in the costume he wore. Huh, he wore costumes, man. What is this, a play? He wore costumes he wore at the coronation of his Empress, Catherine. The Arabian horse he rode at Poltawa, I think, or Poltawa, and his two favorite dogs are stuffed and preserved in his cabinet, besides many of his working tools and the vast reliefs he executed in copper representing the contest of Livonia on the 29th of December 1826. Old style, a solemn commemoration of the first secular anniversary of its foundation was held at the Academy, at which the Emperor and the imperial family were present. The Imperial Academy of Fine Arts is a magnificent building on the right bank of the Neva, opposite that part of the Granite Quay, which is called the English Quay. It was founded by the Empress Elizabeth, but its funds were materially augmented by Catherine II. There was a great number of paintings, models from the antique and casts in this academy. Every 3 years, an exhibition takes place of the productions of native artists. A college is attached to the academy in which 200 students are educated at an expense of the emperor. These students are maintained as well as educated, and at a certain age are instructed in that particular branch of art which is best fitted for each. Thus, some, some, damn it, man, I lost my spot now. Thus, some are painters, others engravers, sculptors, musicians, architects, and mechanics. Now I just sneeze. Some are painters, others engravers, sculptors, musicians, architects, and mechanics. Those who have distinguished themselves most are sent to travel in different countries at the emperor's expense. The Hotel des Mines, an institution for the education of mining engineers for the service of government and the army, contains very interesting collections of minerals and specimens illustrative of the geological formation of the great empire of Russia. The plans and models of different mines, whether of gold, silver, platina, or iron, are exhibited in great variety, with the multifarious modes of extracting the ore and working the mines. There are about 300 resident students in the establishment who receive a classical as well as professional education. From the extraordinary mineral wealth of Russia, this institution is of very great importance, and the advantage arising from it must progressively increase. It was not until the year 1819 that this college for miners was put upon its present efficient footing, though an establishment destined for such an objective. I mean, destined object was commerce by Peter, by whose intelligent mind the value of mineral possessions was duly uh, uh, appreciated. I never heard of the word appreciated. A journal is published by the body of miners, which contains from time to time highly valuable notices of the produce of the different Russian mines. In mentioning the public institutions of St. Petersburg for the promotion of education, it will not be necessary to go to any minute detail, as there is nothing to distinguish them from similar establishments in other countries. The University of Petersburg, founded by late Emperor Alexander, is not in so flourishing a condition as some of the other universities in the empire. The Imperial Russian Academy, instituted for the purpose of promoting native literature and of improving the Russian language, is, in a national point of view, a very praiseworthy and useful establishment. The subject of education occupied the peculiar attention of the late Emperor Alexander, whose endeavors to improve the condition of the empire are allowed to have been very great. The present Emperor Nicholas is likewise stated to be extremely solicitous to promote education, not only amongst the other classes of the people, oops, not only amongst those destined for the Navy and Army, but also amongst the other classes of people. I skipped a line. The female sex, the female sex have two large institutions for their a special benefit in Petersburg, one of which is styled the Community of Noble Maidens, consisting of two branches, in each of which are 400 young ladies of the noble and the burgher classes, which are kept separate, and the other is designated the Institute of Catherine, in which upwards of 300 young ladies are educated, all of the class of nobles. The late Empress Mother was the great patroness of these two establishments and devoted a considerable portion of her time to their su- superintendence. The memory of that illustrious lady, the widow of the unfortunate Paul, is justly held in great reverence by the Russians. The number of churches in St. Petersburg is considerable, though not so numerous in Moscow. The Church of Our Lady in Kazan in the Nevsky Prospect is one of the most striking objects in the capital. The church and monastery of St. Alexander Nevsky, or Novoskoy, is likewise celebrated in the descriptions of travelers. It is stated to be erected on the spot where Yaroslavich, Alexander Yaroslavich, afterwards named Nevskoy, obtained a victory over the conjoined forces of Sweden and Denmark in 1241. This hero, being afterwards can, canonized, has become one of the most venerated of the Russian saints. Upwards of 4,000 pounds weight of silver has been employed in the chapel and shrine dedicated to him within the monastery. There is a cemetery adjoining to it, which contains an immense number of magnificent monuments erected to the memory of the dead. In the Church of St. Peter and St. Paul, erected by Peter the Great, and which stands within a citadel, are deposited the remains of the Russian sovereigns who have died since its erection. The Catholic Church is a very splendid building of the Corinthian order of the architecture, and the English church erected for the accommodation of the English residents is a handsome and substantial edifice. Edifice. I gotta look that word up. As a proof of the entire toleration which exists in Russia with regard to religious matters, it may be mentioned as a singular fact that the Novoskoy prospect contains seven temples erected to as many different creeds. There are the Russian cathedrals of Our Lady of Kazan, the Catholic Church, right, and Armenian Lutheran, two churches for other Christian dissenters, and Mohammedan mosque, all within a short distance of each other. The charitable institutions of Petersburg are very numerous, embracing several military and naval hospitals upon a very large scale, and admirably arranged. The civil hospitals, as they are called, are also very numerous, the largest of which is the Bogota Hospital, capable of containing 1,400 individuals. But the most distinguished of them is the Hospital for the Poor, founded in 1803 at the instance of the Empress Mother, which united the advantages of the infirmary and dispensary, has been productive of essential good. The consulting and operative surgeon to this establishment is an Englishman of the name Beverly, who enjoys a high reputation. There is also a great founding hospital in Petersburg, an exact imitation of the celebrated one at Moscow, which will be found fully described in the notice of that city. The number of children admitted is very considerable. Two large institutions for pregnant women are distinguished in Petersburg as at Moscow for the facility with which admission is obtained to them. The infirmaries for disease of the eye and ear are entitled likewise to notice from the prevalence of those complaints in Petersburg and from the number of patients who have been relieved by them. Whilst so many charitable institutions would seem to prove a considerable degree of pauperism in Petersburg, the well accredited fact of the entire absence of beggars in and about the city appears rather surprising. To the founder of Petersburg had been erected one of the most astonishing monuments to be found in the world. In the middle of Isaac Square, in front of the Admiralty, is placed a huge block of granite weighing 1,500 tons, and nearly upon the summit is poised a colossal equestrian statue of the great Peter. The statue is of bronze and represents Peter checking his steed just as he has reached the top of the precipitous, yeah, precipitous rock. When the horse, rearing on his hind legs, the rider looks round upon the city below with an air of calmness and protection. It is intended to be emblematical on the triumph of Peter over nature and the serpent, which, right, which, what? words are like worn out in this book. It's intended to be emblematical on the triumph of Peter over nature, and the serpent, which writhes beneath his horse's feet, represents envy herself, laid prostrate. The enormous block of granite on which the statue rests was brought with infinite labor 4 miles, it being found, once again, they like finding stuff in here, it being found in a being found in a morass at the distance from the city. The work was undertaken by order of Catherine II and accomplished by Falconet, a French architect. An inscription appears on the rock in bronze characters in Latin and Russian to Peter I, Catherine II, 1782. Peace, Orphan Annie, so Alma, Chris. I'm just going to read the rest of this and I'm done. Doesn't say much about Tartar yet, but it's the name of it, Russian, Tartar, and Turkey. The object of Peter the Great is founding St. Petersburg was not only to build a capital for his empire, but also to make an emporium for its commerce. Both projects have been successfully realized, and Petersburg is distinguished in Europe as a magnificent metropolis and as one of its most important commercial towns. The extensive water navigation of Russia admits of the produce of her most distant provinces being brought to St. Petersburg to be their exchange for the productions of Western Europe. The internal commerce of this country is entirely in the hands of native merchants, foreigners not being allowed to participate in that traffic. But the foreign trade is just as exclusively conducted by strangers. Among these, the English merchants, for the most important body, both for their wealth and the extensive business they transact. The mode in which purchases are made by the foreign merchants exhibits an extraordinary reliance upon the honesty of the Russian traders. Half, or perhaps more, of the value of the produce to be brought is paid in advance. Peace, boy. With which the Russians set out for the interior to make his bargains, and is not heard of again until the shipping seasons in the spring, when he reappears with the article contracted for. It would seem that very few instances occur in which any breach of faith is perpetuated. The principal articles exported from Petersburg consist of raw produce, namely copper, fiax, hemp, iron, tallow, hot ashes, and deals. And the imports are the colonial produce and manufactured goods. The balance of trade, that is the value of exports above that of imports, is greatly in favor of Russia. From Peter the Great down to present emperor, the extension of commerce has been a prominent object in every sovereign, if we accept the miserable Paul, who dealt some severe blows at it during his short reign. The late Emperor Alexander presided upon the occasion of opening the new exchange in Petersburg in 1816 and personally presented each English merchant with a gold medal as a mark of his esteem for the first commercial nation in the world. This exchange is a very handsome building form of paral- in the form of a parallelogram surrounded by columns of the Doric order and containing a hall 126 feet long and 66 wide, in which the merchants assemble every day at 3 o'clock for the transaction of business. The public amusements of St. Petersburg are nearly the same as in other large capitals in Europe. Theaters, operas, balls, concerts abound here as in other parts of the world. And though it is the capital of an empire more Asiatic than European, the manners and customs of the higher orders are essentially the same as those in the same class in other continental towns. The descriptions of early travelers of the unbounded and indiscriminate hospitality of the Russian nobles are no longer applicable in the same degree, and it is only to strangers who are well recommended that a warm reception is extended. The merchants, the Borgias or Borgias or citizens are a body too small and of too little general influence to form a class or middle order, and through the generality of them live in affluence. Their time, whether leisure or business, is passed amongst themselves in a manner which falls to attract the smallest notice. The great body of people, the working classes, still maintain many peculiar customs and indulge in several truly national amusements. Amongst these, the ice hills erected on the Neva in winter, upon which thousands adventure and slide down from the giddy height, have excited the astonishment of beholders. The festival, which takes place on the benediction of the waters of the Neva, is chiefly enjoyed by the lower orders, upon which occasion, and upon the other festivals of the Greek Church, the extensive that mark the celebration of the carnival in some of the parts of Europe are imitated by the Russian serfs. It is rather singular that in a large and splendid capital such as Petersburg, the hotels and public inns should be so very bad. But upon referring to the state of society, the cause will be easily discovered. Although the Russians are fond of society, it is not in public that they indulge the propensity for there must at all times they indulge the must in all times be a feeling of insecurity where the police may send their spies and reporters. As all hotels and inns are under their especial surveillance, it will be easily imagined that no one goes near them who can avoid doing so. And as the greater part of the strangers who visit St. Petersburg reside with private families, it is evident enough that the class of landlords is not likely to prosper in that city. As a necessary consequence, the accommodations attainable by a foreigner who is compelled to seek a public resting place are both mean and dire. The regulations respecting strangers are not calculated to conciliate their goodwill. In order to get into the empire, a traveler must bring a passport signed by some Russian minister in the country from which he comes. For without that piece of formality, he will be turned back, whatever may be his business or however far he may have traveled. When a steamboat sailed from London during the summer of 1827, direct to St. Petersburg, several Englishmen were not permitted to land from not having provided themselves with the necessary documents from Russian embassy in London. When once within the frontier, a stranger must attend to various formalities and give many douchers to the officers of the police department in order to enjoy a residence in Petersburg or any other town of the emperor in piece of quietness. The valets de place, or commissioners, offered to his choice as necessary guides during his sojourn, are all connected with the police office and act the part of spies on the conduct of foreigner in full perfection. But the most annoying result of the regulations respecting strangers in Russia is the difficulty of getting out of the country after surmounting the difficulty of getting into it. By three successive insertions in the government paper must a traveler wishing to leave the dominions of the autocrat proclaim his intention to the world, so that all may have an opportunity to come forward and stop his exit. If any cause, good, bad, or indifferent, exists after this indispensable preliminary, he is left to fight his way from the district police officer under whose peculiar guardianship has been during his residence, and whose appropriation of conduct he must obtain through the alien office up to the military governor of the city, who, if all if all things have been properly conducted, grants the important paper which enables him to leave the country. In the process, the only effectual mode of smoothing difficulties is to be unsparing in bribes. Okay, so where's this Tartary stuff? I've been reading for a minute. I might have to say this sucks. No, it's alright. It takes place in the 1800s, so anyway. I'm kind of disappointed, man. You're gonna front. I'm gonna speed ahead. Let's see what this is about. So I might erase this garbage. Okay, here's Tartar. Well, at least it has Tartar in it. Should have read the rest of the myth of the Iroquois, but I didn't. I'm a failure. Failure. Let's see. There we go. Boop. You're done. Boop. Boop. Canada, me peace. I'm a little disappointed in that, man. Seriously. Like, I thought it was going to talk mostly about Tartar, which is Russia, if you look at the map. But it just kept rambling on about Russia. Yeah, I'm gonna look for a book on Tartaria, just Tartaria. There's got to be something because you know, if people would do, I mean, the research isn't hard. All you got to do is look at old maps, and then they'll realize that Tartaria was not this whole plane of existence. Some people just I think, make stuff up. They should say my theory is Tartaria was this whole realm because, but they don't. They speak it like it's factual. when you look up like free energy architecture, all that comes up is a bunch of Tartaria this, Tartaria that. Man, damn, Chris, you don't even give me a chance to let you up. As soon as I went to let you up, you jumped down. That was crazy. Bex, 12-ounce bottle of the Bex had me drunk. I smell cat. This cat's outside. It ain't my cat. Man, that was like a waste of an hour to me. It started to get a little interesting when it started to talk about the churches and cathedrals and the buildings. But other than that, it really wasn't too interesting. What's up, Faceplant?
Hey. Well, there was an agreement between Russia and the United States to erase Tartarian, whatever you want to call it, history and culture. Like, erase it from record books to, for the New World Order, if you want to call it that.
Hold on.
So it's always been a world government that we're under.
One world government.
Yeah. So it's always being arranged by the companies, the big companies, the sea traders. It might be a competition.
So you're saying Tartaria was like the government of the world? Oops. I just charged these fucking things. How are they dead already? Hold on. Okay. Speaker. That's what you're saying, Faceplant, that Tartaria was like the government. Because I know Tartaria was a rich, what's the word I'm looking for? Empire. Like if you look at the old, I'm gonna find a Tartarian book. There's got to be a PDF to download, because even if you look at how they dressed, man, you could tell they had class and they were very knowledgeable. They're Their architecture shows it too, that they were like master masons. They probably mastered electricity.
As soon as I get near the device, it starts to lose a connection.
That's weird. Huh. Maybe something else is emitting from that device. Something electromagnetic is scrambling the signal. What do you mean, Bex? Is the title hyphenated like yours? I like how in the Tartaria flag has the Gretchen, it's called. It's like a mixture of a bird and a gargoyle. That's what I'm looking for. The bird and the gargoyle and the gargoyle and
Hey,
what's up, Christos?
Good morning.
hey, Grand Rising, y'all.
Peace. Peace of the real McCoy. The realest McCoy.
Yo, I love that name, bro. That's a good one.
Hey yo, I started a new channel called The Wandering Monk. And somebody else got a channel named that. Yo. I'm like, man, this guy's copying me, man.
I saw the warrior monk somewhere, but I didn't see a wandering monk anywhere, I don't think. But
There
I
is.
mean, think about it though. You know, it's like it makes sense that someone else or multiple other people would have come up with it by now. You know,
Yeah.
it, hey, you can
Eh.
still do something with it though, bro. Just because just because someone has it as a name, they're probably not even making a brand out of it or anything.
No, he got
Was
because
it a
I found
YouTube
this
channel?
picture. No, check this out. I found the picture, right? And it has a wandering monk. He got a stick in a backpack. And I went to use it. I didn't know it was the guy's avatar for his channel. It wouldn't let me upload him. Like, what's going on? So I found another one. And he has a channel and he posts his travels. So he calls himself the Wandering Monk. So I respect that. But there's a couple other ones too.
Yeah,
I like it.
that makes sense. That's a good
Yeah.
archetype to use, for like a channel or brand.
But does he practice the art of being a monk? That's the real question. Is he really in tune with the Mother Earth and respects it? That's
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I like that you took it there, Charles, because I mean, yeah, that's some real shit. There's the archetype of like the guardians of the realm. Um, being of like a monk-like stature. Like, I don't know. There's something about the monks. I feel you on that, bro. And I mean, hey, there's a reason I put the avatar I put. So um, they're like stewards of the earth, basically. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
we can't.
Monks ain't no joke. Don't fuck with a monk, bro. They're peaceful till you push them, and then that's when you're gonna see their other side of balance, that lower vibration you don't want to see. But
And we can't minimize the fact that there's sedentary monks too. Isn't there stories of monks that sit so still they can open they're there for 200 years or something? Isn't
Yeah,
there some
they,
yeah.
yep, they're basically, I don't know the exact explanation for some of it, but it kind of gets into rainbow body stuff. Now, rainbow body's different because that's like transcending the physical body into like a light body. But yeah, like it seems like a crystallization or something that's going on where it's like they're there but they're not. like I know what you're talking about. It's very strange.
Mhm.
It's like preserving one's self in time. You know,
Mhm.
and I just listened to a song called "Wei Wu Wei" by Illuminati Congo, and he talked about the Taoist immortals, and I think that's something worth looking into. The Taoist immortals.
Some of them sit in that meditation position and they're buried like that. Some of them in a kung fu movie, they were gonna execute the master teacher, the old guy with the long beard. You know how they do, and
Yeah.
they put him in this thing, the emperor. You know, they're always fighting the Qing in that movie. They're always trying to like burn the temple down and kill all the monks. Well, they put him in this thing of fire, and he sat. You know how they open their hand and they put it in front of them, their hands flat, and they put it near their chest, like I don't know why they do that, but I think it's for the chi energy.
Oh, well, yeah,
And
it's like hovering the hands around each other, almost like as if you were holding an invisible orb, kind of like the same thing. So, like, yeah, uh, activating what is like tapped into when people do Reiki, alleged Reiki type stuff. It's the same type of stuff we're talking about right here. I mean, you put your hands together as if you're holding an orb, and then you get that type of concentration and attention to the subtle energy body. You know, there's that sense of placebo, maybe to one degree, but you can definitely break past that if you're in tune with yourself. And it's very real. I mean, there's shit called bioenergetics, um, exercises or rituals where it's like you're activating internally and externally the energy of your body uh, through hitting different pressure points. Because this gets into the natis, which are the like thousands and thousands of like micro chakras that exist along our nervous system. Um, bro, what? I know Faceplant can never connect. What's going on here, bro?
yeah,
He's hopped in and out like 5 times.
when you study the praying mantis style, it's based on pressure points, and that's one to me. That's one of the sickest styles in kung fu. That's my opinion. Is the praying mantis, because that's where they would hit you somewhere, and then you can't move your arm or your leg. You know, where they'd be going up the body with their hand. They'd be like, and it'd be like breaking bones and
Dude,
shit.
yeah. Well, bro, I don't want to cut you short. Were you saying more there?
Uh-uh.
Dude, I mean, the RZA has that song Mantis, and
Yeah.
it has that sample in the beginning from one of the movies about the praying mantis, fighting style. Dude, that's honestly one of my favorite songs too, with how that beat is for Mantis.
I could hear it in my mind.
Mantis
I
style,
know.
or is it called
Yeah.
Mantis or Mantis style?
Uh, I think mantis. It's on that Bob
But
Digital album.
mm-hmm. Dude, dude, man, I'm glad I hopped on here today, bro. Uh, Definitely a good conversation, man. When you start talking about the monks that can like do physical feats that are like inhuman and it's
I should.
documented, it's like, where do you go from there? It's like people just kind of like, oh, that's cool, that's interesting, but it's like, no, like we gotta follow that thread because that's saying something about reality and about us, but that's just been
Yeah.
blocked out by the culture and the
Hmm.
institutions.
That's why I heard you say the Taoist immortals, Christos, and
Yeah,
everything. Ever since you said it, I'm like, what about us? What about us North American immortals? What about us? I don't know, YouTube immortals, or like what
yeah, I hear that.
how do we write that book? Can we write that book right now? Are we writing that book? Right? Mhm.
Well, ultimately, it applies across the board, right? For the ones that can see. So, although it is
Mm-hmm.
like within the name, it's like kind of implying that it's like constrained or restrained to like Taoism. For sure, I think we take that principle that we see within looking into the Taoist immortals and see that it has been happening with all over in other places with other peoples, of course, maybe in some different ways, but ultimately the whole immortality aspect of living for long amounts of times, or activating your energy body before you fucking leave this place, all these things that are documented in the East, like I think there's definitely evidence in the West and all over the
Yeah.
place. Everywhere has their mystics.
Yeah, I wonder if you can. I wonder if the. I mean, I know the idea of immortality, physical immortality, would make people think that you can't die, right? But you actually have to go to the very, 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 very brink of death in order to, you know, to know that you're immortal, right? That being said, you could, my latest theory is you could die somewhere and leave your body behind and maybe manifest yourself somewhere else in your same body and not even know you're dead. Does that make sense?
Oh my goodness. I've talked to people. I've heard from people on here years ago when I listened to like streams like this. I've heard stories from people, and whether you want to believe them or not, it's very bizarre, and truth is stranger than fiction. So wow, I'm so glad you brought that up. I think
They do
that's a
have, yeah,
reality. Yeah, like kind of
yeah.
hopping timelines basically, for lack of
I
better
used to think that
terminology.
when I died in a car accident, I thought sometimes that maybe I came to in another dimension, a fucking cursed dimension.
Well, I was wondering if it's possible for us to do that. I wonder if you kill enough people at the same time, not us, but if they kill enough people at the same time, you can literally manifest yourself and everything else because you didn't know you died. You can literally manifest yourself and everything else around you just when you wake up. And if they did that and the mass destruction was great enough, you wouldn't even know that the world that you died in died, if that makes sense. Like, because you just wake up the next day. But obviously there would be repercussions, right? There has to be major traumatic repercussions, or else you could just create land by bombing while people sleep, because you'd literally be manifesting your whole world again as soon as you woke up. I know it
Mm,
sounds really abstract, but I believe in a
no, it makes
replication,
sense.
you know?
Yeah, keep going. I was just saying it makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe it. I do believe in some sort of universal replication function. That being said, which could be more related to something like that. But I was going to say, that being said, uh, if people had that capability, let's just say, if that was possible, then greedy MNFers would be like definitely like nuking entire regions, knowing that the area left behind will eventually be inhabitable again. Plus, you could probably go down in the ground and mine for gold and stuff because you melted the crap out of the place. Especially if our Earth is on some sort of God-made infrastructure in the first place. But yeah, so I mean, that's been my latest thought of the month is like, I know this avatar is mine. Okay. I'm not trying to be like, this is my avatar and it's been my avatar, I think always. Right. And I know it's going to be my avatar in the future. That's part of the lesson for now. And then by the future, I mean like, yeah, when we don't die. Right. Because I really believe that. I think they went around this world. That's what the wars weren't just about money, but they were about convincing us of our mortality. They literally had to cut people's heads off and then the heads still kept talking, like, so everyone's like, oh, just for a minute. How do we know that? But yeah, so that's been my latest thought is that, you take your body with you. And so I was like, because all the people, when I say I don't believe in death, everyone's like, no, I know our spirit doesn't die. I don't mean to talk all condescending. I'm like, that's not what I mean. You know?
Mm-hmm. I know exactly. Okay, I wasn't sure if I was coming in. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Like, and this guy, this hip hop artist, he's like a conscious rapper. His name is Illuminati Congo. Uh, I mentioned him earlier. I definitely suggest checking him out because the things that he talks about on his Instagram and he makes in his music are just very of an esoteric mind. And it's like I think people that are of a certain mind, maybe like the people that come here or some other places that I hop on, not everyone can appreciate certain art and certain messages or knowledge. But this Illuminati Congo guy, man, he's been making music for like over a decade now, and it's just gotten better and better. You talk about like the psychedelic, Rasta, just overall like spiritual conscious influence mixed with esoteric energy. It's really he's a dope ass artist. So I'll drop a link for his YouTube channel here in the private chat for you guys. But I brought him up because I've heard him talk about like even in his music and then just in lives that he does or whatever, talk about immortality. And he was showing a book that was basically about like the concept of immortality, but it was also kind of an ode to what you were saying, Bex. Because I agree with you. I think it's more than just like there's this spirit that transitions. It's like there's almost some strange quantum aspect to it where you can actually like manifest like the same type of avatar in a different reality. Like if I get what you were saying correctly, it sounded like you were saying that right. Like
Mm-hmm.
basically it's your same self, like, but self as in like but like in a literal sense as well, kind of, but in a
Mm-hmm.
different
Mm-hmm.
reality. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it makes me think of the waiting room or like the limbo type places and archetypes that people talk about too, where there's the gatekeepers to the spirit world, and then there's that passageway through the spirit world. And so I guess on the other side of the passageway through the spirit world is like the next incarnation per se, or I guess I don't know. I don't want to speak too much on it because I'm still learning, but I definitely think you're onto something because I've heard other people who I know for sure are very intelligent people, just as you guys are, talking about the same stuff. So yeah, there's a thread here to follow for sure. I can feel it.
Mm. Yeah, I feel like if something interrupted that cycle, let's just say that, assume that was real, right? That you knew that you could die, but that there was some sort of equation to how that where you would manifest, and maybe we even understood that. Oh, I might freeze here. Can you guys still hear me? Oh, can you hear me?
Yep. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I was
Yep,
walking.
we can hear you.
Okay, I'm just gonna turn.
Yo, the realest McCoy, man, dude, I want like Svetlana or Mind's Eye. Someone should hop up here, get the four corners going again. We got face plant coming in and out. Not
Sorry
even
if mine's.
getting any audio in.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yep,
Did I cut
I
in?
hear
Okay.
you.
I know my friend in Nigeria said that that there's things where not where it doesn't happen regularly or something, but there's rumors there where if somebody in one village dies, within 2 weeks he can be known to be seen in another village.
Oh,
Right?
wow.
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay.
My grandmother died. I know, not my grandmother. My mother told me someone in my family died, and I was born the next day. But she was a female, and I didn't like that story. I'm like,
Like
what are you trying
they
to
were
say? I'm a
implying it was the
female?
same spirit.
Yeah. Like, I was like, what are you trying to say, Mom? I got a female soul? And the
The
lady's
soul is like
name.
something that it's weird, bro. I don't know. I think the soul is like beyond like gender, but at the same time, like it is influence. Like there's such thing as masculine spirit and feminine spirit. Just like
Um,
Mother Ayahuasca or different plants, as a grandfather peyote, like these different archetypes and personas that we attribute to certain plants. You'll notice that there's a left or right leaning into, okay, this is a feminine or this is a masculine energy of the spirit of this plant that we're consuming in ceremony. So there's definitely, like, it's not to say that it's just completely outside of like the realm of masculine and feminine when you go into the spirit. Like no, spirit is still, entangled, I think, with those energies to a certain degree. But anyway,
there's,
you got it.
there's always crazy parallels. Like my, I don't know if she was related, how, but I remember we went to see a lady from our family in Florida, and that was the time when I pissed on a monument in D.C. as a child. I took my underwear off in Washington, D.C. and ran around naked. I remember that. My mom whooped my ass. I didn't like wet underwear. Not that that matters, but I used to joke and be like, I told you I'm a rebel. I piss on monuments. But the lady's name, I come to find out, I was looking through old pictures, and the lady's name was Charlie, or something like that. And I'm like, damn. In the story I just read, it was Emperor Charles, and the lady was named Catherine, and that's my mother's name in Russia there. I think it was Emperor Charles, and the lady was something Catherine. I just read about it.
Man, that's crazy, bro. That's a good story. I feel like you can tell people, as you grow and as you grow older and older, and you look back and say, oh, I really said fuck the system even when I was, a little kid.
I remember doing it. I remember that same trip. We drove from Connecticut to Florida. This was in like 1989, maybe 88. I got pictures of it. And I was looking through them. Yeah, I found that lady from Florida. It says in the back of the picture. And I was like, damn, her name was Charlie? And I'm like, my mother never told me that. My mother said she named me after a weatherman named Charles Bagley. Yeah,
What?
that's disrespectful, man. I'm like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. You better not have.
Well, you can always tap into all the different Charles energy that there is out there, all the different people that
Not King
associate that
Charles.
name. And then you can also pave a path, and create, make a new
King
representation of
Charles.
that name through who you are.
That
Fuck
King
the
Charles they got,
associations.
he's phony. I'm the real King Charles. I'm gonna go claim my sovereignty and claim my kingship, taking my fucking throne back. Free
Ugh.
all the slaves. I'll be like, you're fired, you're fired, you're fired. I give all the England people their guns back. Let's get 'em, mates. This country's lucky I didn't become president. But the president is nothing. The definition we looked up yesterday of president, presidents ain't nothing anyway. They're just bitch boys that do the speaking for the real person in charge. We don't know who the head of the snake is. It's somebody probably in the Skull and Bones, because that's one of the top secret societies, and it's not even really a secret. What they do is secret, but their organization's name isn't. And if you look at Skull and Bones, that's in New Haven, Connecticut. Now, if you follow the, what are those lines called in the earth again? Let me think. I can't think straight right now. The grid lines, or what's the proper name for it? What are the lines they look for? You hold two metal sticks in your hand, and if they cross, that's one of them energy lines. What the fuck are they called, man?
Tuning forks?
No. But yeah, you do use those. You hold one in each hand. It's like a piece of aluminum, I think, or I don't know what it's made out of. You hold a piece of metal in each hand, and if it crosses, that's where you get one of these lines. It's called the energy lines that are under the earth. Where the fuck is Phil when you need him? Shit.
Ley lines.
There
No?
you go. Ley
Nice.
line.
Okay, yeah.
So the ley line goes from, I know it goes right through Connecticut because New York City's right there. It goes from Boston, right, I think it goes right under New Britain, boom, right through New Britain, because that's, they mark, I think they're, if you look at like obelisks, I mean, it goes from starts in England or something. It goes through Boston, comes down right under Hartford, through New Britain, right through New Haven, because New Haven has the Skull and Bones main building near the college, University of New Haven. There's a lot of old architecture in New Haven too, a lot of Masonic stuff. Same thing with New Britain. It goes right through New York City. It goes down, I think, through Philadelphia, down through Washington, D.C. It's one straight line of just ley line of energy. And all these major cities are on it. I got a picture of the line they drew. It goes, it's just Miss Hartford. Like, that short video I put on my channel, you see the Masonic floor, and those two water fountains, that's Joaz, Jachin and Boaz, the two pillars.
Oh, Joaquin and Boaz, yep.
Yeah, there you go, Jachin and Boaz,
I
yeah.
remember Paula Fulcrum had told me that a while back. Because I used to say it, I don't remember how I used to say it, but yeah, I know I wasn't saying it
I
right.
used to say Jachin and Boaz.
Yeah, I used to say like Jax or something.
But they have two waterfalls with water coming out them instead of the actual pillars. But they do have little balls on them, like the pillars got the sun and moon are the two balls, the negative and positive, the two pillars, Hercules pillars. And I think Hercules, was it Hercules who tipped the pillars over? Yeah, I think so. But when they tip the pillars and they break them, that's breaking the electrical circuit, I believe. Because you have the Dark Ages. Or let me rewind that real quick. If you see those pillars of Hercules was in Africa, and if you look where they were right in the mouth of a river going into Central Africa, where the desert is. There used to be water there. Now, if you look at the entrance, or look at the map, put Hercules pillars and put old map or something, it'll come up. The pillars are at the mouth of the river. I bet you those pillars was creating electricity. Until they were broken and we went into the Dark Age.
Hey, my bad, Charles. Mike check.
You're good.
Okay.
I'm back too. I was driving. I went to get a coffee, so I didn't want to be making all the beep 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 noise of not putting my seatbelt on and all that jazz.
Yeah. Ley lines is something I want to look more into, and like just how
Phil
it
said they're
affects-
homemade.
I think
Phil said they were created. Now they could have been by the old master masons. To the ley lines could have been what created the free energy. They could have all through the major cities that were lit up. They could have to do with that. It could be a possibility, man. We got to look into that more. You're right, Chris. Definitely. Because I'm curious, why are the ley lines near major cities? And it reminds me of like a computer motherboard and shit. Like, that's what I think of it as. It's interesting.
I know. I've made the likeness to people like the Garden of Eden being like email, right? And if people imagine that maybe I was just going to say that again before I went to grab my coffee. Like if they exploded all of us at this, we actually did self-implode, let's just say some act of war took us out so badly we didn't replicate right away. They didn't realize that we needed the earth to help us do it or something, and they damaged our systems to be able to actually just recreate ourselves, right? Then we might be in some sort of spiritual limbo without our avatars, and that Garden of Eden that people talk about would have been like some sort of kind of like the kind of like the metaverse that they're claiming to try and create to keep, eternal life at bare minimum in some sort of box, let's say, right? But that being said, what if I'm misunderstanding and not taking what I project into the future, into the past sort of thing? So what if I'm saying the Garden of Eden was not only like a dimension of electricity with spirit in it, but also of electricity with body in it too, right? So getting to my point, like if the birds are created with a purpose, and I actually believe that we have a symbiotic purpose here if we ignore the intermediary position of being post-apocalyptic, right? So what I'm saying is some flood happened and then we had to go back to, well, not back to, we had to resort to in being inventive and live without the infrastructure that may have been made for it, because by now it's all covered in sand and dirt and we can't even recognize it. We think we're in a foreign land, when in fact it's buried, the infrastructure that was built for us. So what I'm saying is, like, at one point, maybe crows picked up the garbage and put it in the garbage cans, and they picked up shiny objects and took them to the library. So if you ever lost something you didn't know, that, some crow will find it and take it. Some old crow will find it and take it to the library. And that if the birds are made with a program, okay, ignoring the picking up garbage program, the birds are made with a nest and a program that allows them to know that what their babies are and how to take care of them and how to make a nest and how to, I just think that they were made with the nest, right? So I'm right back to the whole, all of that is something that I think God made for us. Well, God, or, whatever we want to call that the part of our, part of that some of that infrastructure might have been there in some sense of the same sense of our creation. Does that make sense? The ley lines, the ley lines and the trains.
Phil, I want to challenge Phil on that, because there's that other channel I watch. I can never say the title of his channel, but he always talks about the Ka and the Ba, the cabal.
Yeah, is it God give Landste? That's how he says it. God give Landste. Yeah.
Well, he seems to think the sun and moon are projected from these 2 points. think he said the pyramids used to do it, but and then what's his name that we watch from Divergent? That guy,
Vibes of
the one
Cosmos.
yeah, he says the sun, or no, the moon is from the sunlight or the light coming out of the earth. Now, I thought about that. How come none of the stuff moving on Earth interferes with the light? You would, if that was the case, you would see on the moon there'd be light missing all the movement that's down here, or even if a plane flew, it interfere with the light, especially at nighttime. So I don't know. I don't know where these, what the stars are and how the moon and sun are there, but I don't know. I think the North Pole, but these ley lines could be like, I always say the Earth's a Tesla coil.
Yeah.
And the center of that Tesla coil is the North Pole, and it goes up and around. I want to talk to what's his name even more. That was here yesterday. From South Germany. What was his name?
Gabriel.
Gabriel. Yes.
Yeah.
Because I don't get him with the sphere stuff. He said water curves. I wonder if he's done any real experiments. Now, water only changes shape when it's manipulated. Other than that, it looks to level out.
What he was saying is that the surface tension of a water droplet by itself, right, has a curve to the top. But I know that as soon as you put that water droplet in a container, I think the opposite happens, because I remember when I was learning home economics in high school, and they were telling us that when we were filling our glass, our liquid measuring cup, that to be careful of how we measure, because especially with higher quantities, it'll look like there's more in the cup because stuff sticks up to the side. So actually water goes concave in its container, and alone on a surface, it goes convex. You know what I'm saying? The top of the water, right? A water droplet is not flat. A water droplet itself is not flat.
It always takes shape of the container. So if you put a drop on the table, think of a rainbow. We're inside of this cosmic egg. A drop of water on the table is taking shape of the container inside of the egg.
Yeah, I agree with that. But what all he's saying is the very top surface, and I'm totally with you on the egg, and I'm not on the sphere thing, and I'm not contradicting. I'm just saying he's talking about the very surface. We know the surface of water to be flat. And he's saying actually when it's alone on a piece of paper or alone on a table, the surface tension makes it round, which is true, right? The top of a water drop is curved upwards. Now, as soon as you put that in a petri dish the size of the water droplet, you're going to find the water sticks to the sides of the container and actually becomes concave instead of convex.
See, the problem I have with that water droplet on the table is if you drop it from a high position, it ain't going to be a little ball of water. It's going to go and spread out. But you got to place that droplet onto the table to do that. Other than that, it's going to just splatter and go into little pieces everywhere. Or in large amounts, it'll just collect and level out. But yeah, you got to really take it out of the dropper. You got to put the dropper to the table and lightly, raindrops don't. Well, on leaves they do. I've seen that people made points, and that's one thing these Globers use is they'd be like, but water drops are around, they'll show a leaf. If they were smart, they would say, they would think of being in the egg instead of outside. In this toroidal field, I don't know. I know there's energy coming from the center, but my question is, Well, people say you could see at the south, the so-called South Pole, which would be a 360 all around this crater. You can go south. Um, they say you could see the green energy. So if that's the case, it is going up and around, like a toroidal field, like an apple, more or less. But I don't know. I've never seen it, and it does kind of make sense if that's the case, because Divergent was making good points, like we said yesterday, from the 40th parallel to the 60th. It's havoc. The winds are insane. But when he said that, it made me think of the pictures I've seen of the ice wall. It didn't look windy to me. The helicopter was flying, the sun was out, and I'm like, so how is this possible, man? Like, there's just stuff ain't adding up. How does it look so calm, then?
We should look more closely about, I'm with you on this. I was just back to the other question about the sun and the Vibes of Cosmos model for a second. I just wanted to answer it. My brain was, I think that because Vibes of Cosmos has us on a greater Earth, right? Like the moon map only shows part of it. It would make sense to me that if you went to other places on that moon map, like Lemuria or Terra Vista, right? That we're not talking about the same sun, right? That there may be multiple suns. I only say that because why would we only get, like, we're only getting, oh no, I'm getting that wrong. I was like a partial, all I'm saying is that the sun itself could be reflecting through places that are always underwater. Like the sun, it could be somewhere where you can't go, or a mountain in the middle of the ocean so steep, right? What if it's out of the top of Mount Meru itself?
That's what I was thinking. Polaris is directly over this mountain. And the Vedic, I know what he's talking about, the Vedic. The mountain goes up, and at the top of that mountain, there's Mount Meru. Way at the tip, there's another mountain. But there's a guy sitting, I think it's Shiva or Brahma, sitting in meditation, and I think that could be the throne. They show us in the Hebrew the throne of God, or any religion really. But that's the third eye. I don't know. Polaris, they say, is the brightest star. So I would think, what if the firmament was like crystalline, like some cosmology says it's a crystalline firmament with 7 layers, blah blah blah. We don't know, but then if it's crystal, that takes away from it being a toroidal field.
Well, crystals are amplifiers, though, aren't they? A form of at least light and resonance amplification.
Sugar Seeds knows a lot about that.
I mean, I know they're used in our phone, in the form of sand, right? Like, silica. I had a thought there for a minute, but it escaped me. Oh, I know. I lived one of the neighborhoods I lived in town here is down on the water. It's called James Bay, the neighborhood, and I never liked living there. Okay, everybody loves James Bay, and it's where all the tourists go see. It's just behind the House of Legislature, which is like the mini Parliament buildings, our domed Capitol, And there's so many crosswalks and
domed capitals, right? Yeah. Everywhere.
Yeah. They've got, so it's with crosswalks and tourists and horse and buggies and kabuki cab drivers and all this jazz, right? Everybody goes down there to walk the beach and take a piece away. And when I lived down there, I hated it. I just never make my house feel like home. And I like to live with my windows open all the time, right? So it felt like I just couldn't keep the energy in. And they say that James Bay is built on a bed of crystals. Probably actually it could be some sort of generator station, now that I think about it, for the underground train system in play here, right in this port city. But an aside, they say that it was built on a bed of crystals, and that bed of crystals amplify emotion. So I think they'd be part of the mechanism if it was
What?
crystal. And then is Polaris known as the brightest night star or just the brightest star? I mean, I
The
know that
brightest star, period.
well then
They say,
isn't
I
wouldn't
heard
our
it's brighter
wouldn't our
than the
yeah.
sun, but
Well,
who knows?
wouldn't our sun be Polaris then? Because isn't that the brightest star? If our sun is the same as those other lights out there?
I don't know. I thought about Polaris, because look at the model. You were here when London Man had the square model. It was a square, and then it had like it went down like it went downward. It was a square with the four angels in each corner, the four corners, and then it went down like a pothole, and at the center it went back up, and then from the center outward like a rain, like a. I have to show you the model, but anyway, the sun and moon were coming from the center. It was going outward, up and out like an umbrella. The sun was on the left, the moon was on the right, and it spins like. So maybe it does come from the center.
Oh, the other theory I have is that observatories. I mean, observatories it could have something to do with some sort of projection. I mean, I haven't looked to see. Have you watched videos on the sun simulator in India? Or sorry, in China? I'm like, it's probably in India too, but I just wonder how great it is. I wonder how big it is. I wonder, like, I heard they turned it on, but did China see two suns that day? Did they turn it on at night? You know, how big was it, right? I mean, if you're making a sun simulator, you may as well make it sun simulate. Like, I'm not just saying a mini version in the room. I'm talking about like a big one in the sky. I don't know. I don't know. Sorry if I'm jumping topics on you, Charles, or reaching back. Are you there?
I'm here.
Yeah.
What happened to Chris?
I know.
I was amped he came up.
Me too. Is McCoy there or Christo still there in the chat? Or if Annie was there? I was just coming on to chat with you guys quickly before I went to work. McCoy's there. I like the lingo Christos uses, the nomenclature, vernacular, lexicon, whatever the term would be for how easily all that stuff about the monks and the, Taoist immortality or Taoist immortals and the micro chakras. I'd never heard of that stuff. Had you ever heard of micro chakras?
Yeah, they're like
Yeah.
I don't know, they're sort of like arteries.
Yeah, it makes sense that the system would be like any of other of our systems.
Frequency of crystals. trying to answer an email or two. People email me, I feel bad. I take forever to answer.
Oh, I know. I'm the worst at emails. I'm probably worse at snail mail, but people don't write letters anymore. So I got the sweetest present in the mail though in 2020 or early 2020. One of my coworkers has a Polaroid. She likes Polaroid cameras. And one day I went to my mailbox and I got a letter, and it was a picture of the beach down here and a nice note saying kind things about me. And it was so sweet getting a letter in the mail from someone in your own town with a picture of something you could go see, and a thought about yourself. It was just such a throwback to the old days of pen pals. Ooh, Gabriel's back. The chakras are called nadis. Natties, that's exactly the same word. Yeah, that's the exact same word. Did you call? Yeah, that's the same word that Christos used. Cool. Gabriel, you want to hit the link and come on up? Chat with Charles, and I'll listen while I go to work. I got lots of time to leave to go to work. But
What do you got, a party today?
No, I do the party rental company. So we just we're receiving all our stuff back from all the weddings and stuff on the weekend. This was the first weekend of sort of real busyness, and it won't stop until mid September. It'll only ramp up into July and August for all the weddings and parties and barbecues and everything else everyone has, right? But ultimately, it's essentially wedding season.
That guy gypped you on tips. That's wrong, man. It's none of my business, but I always had to speak my 2 cents.
Ooh,
that's wrong. I've been in that position. Yeah. That shit fires me up, man. Because they make good money doing that shit. Regardless, yeah, he's got a business to run and stuff, but damn, man, you treat your workers good. Don't.
Is Christos in the back room?
I don't know.
If he is, it's strange. There's a message says hello at 8:42 a.m. 8:42 a.m. That's my time. In the back room from Christos. Just showed up. Yeah, it just showed up for me, but it's weird because it's 8:32 here. He's in the future in my time, 10 minutes ahead of me right now. So
yeah, that's because I posted it at probably I don't remember, 7:50 I think I put it, or not. Actually, that's wrong. I put it after 8 o'clock. I put the thing out for the live. Oh, someone is back there. My fault. It is Chris. My bad, Chris. It's 11:30 here. My bad, Chris. I was answering the email. I had this screen shortened so I couldn't see that you were there.
Still, do you see that chat? Can you see that chat message comes in 10 minutes in the future?
It says 11:42 here.
I know it's only 11. It says 11:42 on the message, but it's only 11:32, isn't it?
Yeah. Huh.
Wow.
Damn, what's going on
back
here?
From the future. How is it?
Chris,
10 minutes ahead.
You better give me the insight on your machine.
Yeah, this happened on a stream a while back. Actually, people pointed that out. It just has to do with, I think, the time on my computer being off. But I will say that still like is odd though, because I don't know why that would like transfer over into the StreamYards, because I thought it's made so it's like universal for everyone's different respective time zones.
I'm gonna check the next message. Yeah.
But but like I guess it's just because of how my time is set. But I don't know. Something about that doesn't feel like that's enough of like, you know, conclusive evidence of like, oh, this is why. Like I think it is just because, but still it's weird because it's happened with other people and they've pointed it out.
What does it
and I'm
say?
like,
Hey Gabriel,
I
you
just
know any good
put a
books
message
on
hi.
Tartaria?
it says 1034.
Okay, so it is in the past now. I mean, yeah. Interesting.
1034 is the right time though.
Yeah, but it's behind mine. Yeah, but it's still you can't see what the time is associated with your message, right? And I can't see the time associated with mine.
Oh, okay.
But Charles should say 10:42 and 10:34 after. Charles, because we both sent messages, his would have it should have a timestamp of what the second message coming in, you know, before time-wise, the first message.
Makes me feel special.
Yeah, or what if anyways, does it what if you are the reiteration of Christos and something happened in the night while you were sleeping? And anyways, exactly. I was just going back. Yeah. But exactly. I'm going to I would
before you go catch this link. Yeah. Okay. I'm about to drop it right here. It's just the YouTube of hope she okay, well I dropped the link there if she's able to get it. I don't know if she's all right, well Chuck, hit that link if you can sometime. Definitely worthwhile. Dope ass artist. I think you'll like his shit, bro. It's like this type of stuff we talk about for real. Some of it, it's reflected in his hip hop music. It's good shit, bro. Check it out.
I'm just trying to type in the chat. Asking Gabriel something. Oh, someone's in the back.
Hi, I was just back to catch the link. I don't know, my system crashed right after.
That timing was kind of crazy because it's like you had to go anyway, so it's like whoa. I was confused. I figured you got kicked, but
no, it was something wasn't responding. Oh, here I got it. Cool. Okay, if I click on it.
Yeah, that's what I say to my brain a lot. It's not responding.
Yeah, if you have Spotify, definitely check him out on that. But he has his stuff on YouTube as well for the most part. Hey, I look forward to you pulling through again on Chuck's stream, and I'm probably gonna go live this afternoon because I need to go live, and I have no excuse because I'm waiting for my car to get out of the shop. So
I'll be there.
Hey, if you keep it going, Chuck, I'll stay on with you for a little bit if you're gonna keep going.
Yeah.
Cool. I'd love to listen to you guys. Thanks so much for your kind words, Christos, and I'll keep an eye out for. I know I'm already got you on full notifications, so I'll keep an eye out for your stream as well.
Yes, thank you for what you bring.
Thank you for what you bring. Oh, you guys are the best.
You watch any of Gabriel's videos? Bex, I watched him yesterday.
Whose videos?
Cows.
Oh, Gabriel, I'll go check. I was panel addicted yesterday. I ended up on D Ocean's chatting with her after I went and I ran my cousin to the ferry, and then I came back and D Ocean was on, and I went and chatted with her.
Gabriel said,
has she been? Would I know her from other streams?
That sucks.
D. I feel like there was a lady named D. I think she was from Canada.
The D Ocean I know is in the States, but she's on Max Visions. I met her on Max Visions channel. She was on one of Max Visions builds.
Okay. Yeah, so I might know. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a sweetheart. She's got a great imagination and plays with the world and talks to Sasquatches and reads tarot cards and is really into all that stuff. But she's got but where I really get her is just where she talks about where she thinks we came from, and and where she thinks we're going in terms of, you know, sort of our X-Men ability. I'm putting those words in her mouth, you know?
My pop balls.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, much love, you guys, and I will see you either later today or again in the next couple of days.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Sounds good.
Have a
Don't
great
work.
conversation, and I'll be eavesdropping. I mean, it's not really
Yeah.
eavesdropping when you're allowed to listen. Okay. Bye for now.
All right, bye.
Man, if Gabriel don't know where any Tartarian good books are, if I find one, Gabriel, I'm gonna look later. I'll let you know the next time you come on here. 'Cause I'm looking for something that could debunk all these people who say Tartaria was this whole realm when the map says otherwise. All the maps that I found, and I also want to just have insight on the people that were in Tartaria, maybe their technology and their master um, architecture, supreme architecture, and their supreme technology. You even look at those guys with wings on their back. I watched a video. They said that even in Asia, they had that same technology where it had wings on their back. And how about in the native art? The Iroquois stuff I was reading yesterday. The guy had a suit with wings on the back that made him fly. It was technology. So it made me think of that.
Oh, cool.
It had the wings
Like,
on his back.
are you?
In the
Is
back.
this like you said, like technology wings? Or we? Or wait,
Yeah.
you're not talking about? Okay, yeah. So is
The
this like
high,
kind of like Da Vinci type
no,
technology, like Renaissance shit, or what type of
no, you know the
ancient
hieroglyph.
technology?
Yeah, where he has the freaking pine cone in his hand, and people said, "Oh, that's the third. That's the third eye." No, it's not. Um, he has a battery in his hand. He's holding a pine cone in his right hand, and he has wings on the back. It's in the hieroglyphs. I forgot the name of it. Man, I think it's Mesopotamian. I'm gonna look it up right now. I can't
Yeah. Well, you
share.
said Ray. You mean Ra? Who are we talking about with the pine cone in the hand?
I didn't say Ray. I
But
said
who'd
the
you say has a
Asian,
pine cone in the hand with the hieroglyph?
the Mesopotamian.
Oh yeah, like the Anunnaki looking dudes.
Yeah. Um, it's a technology of some sort. He has the battery in his hand and is lighting up that pine
Hmm.
cone, and then shows the third eye of maybe they were snatching third eyes on the giants or something. But no, I think it's like sort of a light bulb, like a wireless light bulb. By him holding that box in his hand, it was some sort of like a wireless. Uh, Maybe it was some sort of like we have Bluetooth. That box was like the light bulb was Bluetooth, and the box is what was sending a signal to the lighting that pine cone bulb up. They said the Asians or could throw that bulb in a river and it'll light up for 9 miles. I seen this little short video on it, and people in school we've been taught wrong, man. Like people's minds, they think in the 1800s people were living with mud and carriage, and they were, there were. Don't get me wrong, but not like they teach you in school. It wasn't everywhere. There's cities with fucking electricity, and they already had electric bikes and electric cars with chargers, and none of this stuff's new. All this shit that's coming out today, bang, you know. I used to joke with people when tablets first came out. I'd be like, yeah, when you die, God's gonna pull the tablet out and judge you. Everything that you've done is gonna be on that tablet. You can play videos of all your fuck ups.
Yeah, man, my bad. I was on mute because I'm looking for my water jug. I had started to swallow some fucking supplements, man, and then all of a sudden I'm like, I don't have any water. Hold up. But dude, you know what you say with the Bluetooth and like what you're talking about here, it's interesting, bro, because Bluetooth is actually like a rune. It is a rune. If you look at the Bluetooth symbol, it's like just like a Nordic rune, one of these ancient rune symbols.
Huh. The fuck is this?
But yeah, because I only said that because you were talking about hieroglyphics as well, so kind of ties in with what you're saying about symbols and the whole pine cone thing.
All right, here we go. Now I can look it up. All right. Mesopotamian. Mesopotamian. Whatever. You don't want to fucking listen? I hate when it happens. You use the microphone. Mesopotamia. You there, Chris?
Yep, right here.
Hieroglyph. Here we go. Here we go. Where's that dude, man? Oh, that was the Anunnaki. My fault.
Yeah, man. So, oh,
Yeah, he's got the eagle head. This guy.
dude, fuck yeah. Something about the eagle-headed gods or men. Definitely a vibe.
Yeah, he's got the box in his hand with the cone in his other hand. So now they're saying, oh, there's another guy. This guy don't have the fucking eagle dome. They're saying that. Oh wow! Hold on. They're saying the Asians had the same technology. Well, we're gonna find out because I'm interested in this now.
Yeah, it was bugged out the other day, bro. I had an opinion on what was going on with communities that I am somewhat involved in. Some more than others. I gave an opinion the other day about what people were making an issue out of with scheduling streams around other people's streams
Yeah,
because of
that's
shared
fucked up.
audiences and so on. It's like even if there's a shared audience, like at the end of the day, everyone is their own content creator and there may be an overlap with different communities or maybe people collaborate, but like ultimately people can create when they want to create. It doesn't have to, there's 24 hours in the day, bro. Like, and it's like there's so many different like content creators out there and like different people within different communities and the whole like truth or spiritual, conscious, esoteric, philosophy, like all these different things, these different like communities that exist on the internet, and all these different topics and subjects, right? That they revolve around. There's so many. So it's like to say that, and there's it's I understand why this is brought up by some people about scheduling because there is some type of overlap and there are communities which tend to like hop on each other's panels, but the thing is, I just had an opinion to give on people making too much of a big deal and getting in their ego about scheduling times, and then basically people threatening metaversal war, and like in the sense of, you know, basically it's going to be drama if you try to go live at the same time. You know, we're going to restream you and talk shit on you, like. And that's what I started to experience the other day, because I was on with a buddy. I gave an opinion on the situation. I thought it was kind of ridiculous, the whole, you know, scheduling times. Like, I get it to a certain degree, but like honestly, if that's asking so much, right, bro? It's like 24 hours in a day. So many different people out here making content and doing live streams. It's like, no, it's not like one person gets to claim the morning show, you know? So many different people have morning shows, bro, whether they're involved in the quote unquote truther community or spiritual community or not. So, um, yeah, man, I gave some criticism and it was not received well at all. And I didn't realize, I didn't care actually. You know, I knew it was a live stream I was saying this shit on so people would hear it. Like, I wasn't saying anything that crazy, man. I was giving my honest opinion. And when I did that, well, oh, you know, Christos is a clown. I'm a fucking ditzy, blah, blah, blah. All this fucking bullshit. And I really don't fucking care, man, because like, I'm not here to engage in that type of shit anymore. I had my spout with fucking Ian and We Are Awake TV, and, you know, the whole like drama and falling out and how that went on with other community members. And, you know, I had my little scuffle with the London man, but, you know, if anything, you know, the sands have settled. I see the people that are real and, you know, want to build and do something worthwhile here. And then I see the people that this is entertainment or this is a way of making money or stroking their own egos. And it's just, you know, I see what I resonate with and I see what I don't, man. So if I have whole communities that want to put me down and, you know, act like I'm their newest fucking case study or some shit, and they're gonna restream me or other people. Fuck it, bro. You know, I came here to fucking spread knowledge and share shit about myself and what I know and build with people like you, man. I didn't come here to fucking go back to high school where there's fucking drama and, you know, every day you don't know, oh, who's saying this and what's happening with that. It's like, bro, social media was designed to some degree to have us in that type of mindset of fucking drama and high school lunchroom tables of who's sitting here and there and who's not allowed anymore. You know, who's the fucking blah, 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 blah. You know, it's like there's all these juvenile dynamics that are like reintroduced through these social medias because they want people to be fucked up in the head and have arrested development. And I think I just see this shit working sometimes, man, when it comes to, you know, drama sells. Right? Drama sells, bro. And yeah, I'm not about to be involved in any more fucking drama than I've already been involved in, dude, because I think it's like I was telling you the other day, Chuck, I have too much shit that's going on in my real life that takes precedent. That's way more important than me checking notifications or going and watching a stream that someone did because, oh, they were saying something about me or someone else. You know, it's like that mindset is dead. You know, that mindset is done. Fuck that, bro. I'm not willing to fucking stress myself out, bro, because there's people that want to fucking have opinions or talk shit on me because I had this, you know, it's just not, it's a whole rabbit hole, bro. And there's a lot of people out here that I see, they let this shit eat them up. And at first, last night, I was like, oh, fuck, here we go. I just, you know, part of me was like, I should have just not even said anything. But then the other part of me right after was like, no, just fucking say what you had to say and just keep on with what you were doing and just expressing. And, you know, people have an issue with it and too fucking bad. I can go about my own way and fucking focus on myself, my life, my content creation, and not some weird dynamic of these people like me or these people don't, you know, and oh, I need to get in line and I need to fucking, you know, get involved in all this shit. Nah, nope. I refuse to participate in any more fucking drama on the internet, bro, because I see how fucking people in their fucking 30s and 40s and 50s do that shit, man. They're acting like they're in the fucking early 20s, late teens, dude. You know, I've seen it far too much. So that's all. I had to express that real quick, dude, because you know, it's the internet. I don't give a fuck. Have thick skin type shit. But you know, last night at first I was like, oh fuck, over 100 people in this chat. I'm seeing a bunch of people just fucking talking, hating, just fucking straight hating on me. And like I said the other day, man, water off my back. So that's all I'm gonna say on that. Yeah, man. I appreciate you letting me fucking talk my shit, bro.
Yeah, don't let that shit bother you. It seems, I don't know, people enjoy stooping to a lower vibration for enjoyment. Like, people get, I don't know, enjoyment out of it. It's crazy. Downing people or all the energy they waste downing people. They uplift each other. I've always said that. It blows my mind how fucked up position and all that energy wasted on negative stuff. I mean, the more minds that come together, the more solutions we come up with.
Oh shit, my bad. I didn't know I was unmuted. Yeah, man. And hey, now that you said that, Charles, you know, kind of pivot from what we were just talking. Kind of good segue there is, damn, bro. What'd you just say, Charles? There's like literally there's like two words that you had just said that like had me like.
I said,
yeah. What'd you say?
People. Now I'm trying to think what I said. People get enjoyment out of downing each other.
Mm-hmm.
Did I say something?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go back. You're good, bro. I'm like multitasking here, so I lost the thread for a second. Hey, salutes, Gabriel. I see you, bro. I think he appreciates that. I was talking about Illuminati Congo earlier. Shit, yeah, my bad, bro. Hold up.
Well, I said all the energy they use to down people, they can use to uplift each other. I said we're in a fucked up position, and the more minds that come together, the more solutions we could create or find or put together and do something to help dig people up out of the mentally dead grave, or do something to sort of fight back and really be free, you know, and get our land back where we can grow food that's fucking healthy instead of eating fucking turpentine hot dogs and fucking bleached oranges.
I'm going back real quick in the stream to see what you had said.
Yeah, I forgot.
The more minds that come together, the more solutions is what you said, bro. So yeah, okay, cool. I was gonna say it seems that the more problems that appear, the more solutions actually appear at the same time. So it's kind of like that natural like way of the universe in a sense that every action or happening there's an opposite and equal reaction. So it's like if there's gonna be some bullshit that pops up, there's actually going to be a solution as well that actually comes along with it. It's just a matter of are you able to filter like the information and discern correctly to see where the solution is that is actually tagged along with the problem that has appeared in your life. And I fucking have come to believe that wholeheartedly, bro. I see it actually nonstop. I've been having synchronicities a lot these past couple of weeks, bro. And I've been working through some things within my relationship that I have right now. And also just, the changing of the seasons. Okay, what do I want to do with this internet stuff? And by internet stuff, I mean like creating content. Uh, there's just been a lot of shifts going on, bro. Like, and a lot of it's like in a way, like not like bad or good. It's kind of neutral. But there's definitely been some things that have, been challenging, but I feel I've been able to actually handle to a decent degree and alchemize as well. So, I'm really trying to keep that perspective of, oh shit, hold up. The fucking tornado siren went off. My bad, Charles.
What?
Got a tornado siren going off. That's why I muted up all of a sudden.
Well, you better look outside.
No, they're just testing it every first Monday of the month.
I'm looking for this ancient Chinese tech that they have the same as the Anunnakis. I'm trying to figure out what the name of it is. I'm looking for it.
I'm gonna screen share real quick, Charles. Figure give the people something to look at. I haven't screen shared in a while.
All right. Because I found a lot of parallels of synchronism with this technology, and I'm going to align it with the Anunnaki, the Chinese, and the Americans. Americas are holding a box in their hand with a bulb in the right. There's more than one. And there's an American hieroglyph in America, I think it's Mexican, or one of the tribes in Mexico, where he has a box in his left hand and he's driving a craft. And yeah. Why do I like this?
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Yep.
Oh, why is it no. There you go. Just letting you know. Now I gotta put this back. Boop. Boop. Um, all right, you're on. I had booted myself up. I actually. What the heck is going on with this? There was a technology where the Chinese threw something in the stream and it would light it up for 9 miles. You're gonna find this. Metal smelting? Nah. Nah.
Galactic gang from galactic central sun. We do the thing that they said can't be done. Know thyself, then off thyself, selfless. Melting off the psychedelics. Galactic gang from galactic central sun. We do the thing that they said can't be done. Know thyself, then off thyself, selfless. Melting off the psychedelics. It's GG, gang gang, think freely, maintain, we dream, same things, inner peace and gain, and bang, devil's eye, nightshade, blue flame, red flame, high grade, insane or outsane, higher positive creations, all my chakra fire blazing, ayatasta celebration, ayahuasca meditation, living wonder, ride on lightning and thunder.
Hey Charles, just send me a link if you want me to screen share something from my computer that you were talking about with those depictions of the Anunnaki.
Alright.
Because you were talking about something, I figured I could pull it up, if you while you were talking about it, kind of, for the presentation.
I wonder if I can. Oh, no, I can't do that. I'm trying to
I got
find
slime for brains like Mark Summers. Toxic Avenger World Bridger return to center for center. Spin it smooth like a blender or sever. Sparks I shade, heart agape. Take it straight to my nostril with the hoppy. Galactic tattoo on the checkerboard. The mecha lords in the metaverse live forevermore. Dragons or dinosaurs, depends who writes the lore. Through hyperspace, I teleport my face. Look like Skeletor is groovy then. Fractal pattern Peruvian, doobies dubious. My calendar ain't Gregory or Julian. Get deposits like alluvium. Drop gems, rubies, mineral nutrients. Geometry's Vitruvius, the goofiest, silliest version of Sirius. Mirrors reflect the mirrors until there's myriads. Never admit I'm buried with as a heretic. Gang galactic, no comparison. On my neck chain, got the G stacked. Patches on my jean jacket, 5,555 facets. Empathize, heart emphasize. We gon' let it fly like Starship Enterprise. I'm popping out my eyes. Popping out the skies, unidentified, they don't recognize. I'm a joker, Heyoka, Krishna Loka, doing yoga, chalice smoker, silences, golden Kayate la boca. Galactic gang from galactic central sun. We do the thing that they say can't be done. Know thyself, then off thyself,
for electric current. They got the ohm law.
Galactic gang from galactic central sun. We do the things that they say can't be done. Know thyself, then off thyself, selfless. Melting off the psychedelics.
Huh. The Ohm's law. Ohm. That's a fucking vibration alone. But why am I on this? Get me out of here. I just want to know ancient Chinese technology.
Early morning, what's that song? Erotic luxury.
Boom, boom, boom. Oh, yeah.
Erotic luxury.
You there, Chris? Chris Stoltz has left the building.
Yeah, give me 1 second, Charles.
He's doing the vice in the water. Friday for fucking 9 miles. Would they have an LED flashlight?
I need you to tell me if you get feedback when you let this screen share.
Oh,
I'm trying to share my screen, Charles.
I know. I'm coming. Open up, man. There we go. I don't know why it doesn't.
Charles, put us full screen, or put the screen full screen if you can, instead of seeing our avatars.
You just full? Okay.
Yep, thank you.
A little erotic luxury is good for you. Tomorrow never knows.
Hey, you there? I
Yeah.
basically just wanted to I wanted to do a little testing and make sure I could still, navigate the fucking screen sharing stuff, to be honest, because I'm gonna do a stream here actually in a little bit, maybe a few hours from now. And I just wanted to, show some people some cool pictures and get some music in there, just because I could tell, I figured you're gonna end soon. It seemed like the energy was dying down a little bit since Bex hopped off. I need to get I'm not saying anything. That's not a knock on you, bro. Like the energy's uh, winding down, but I have to get some stuff done here in a little bit. I'm gonna have to hop off, get organized for my day. But yeah, I just wanted to show some stuff there and screen share because I won't lie, bro. It's been so long since I've actually screen shared stuff. I've just been hopping on panels, talking to people. I forgot I can actually, oh, let me share the stuff that I think is cool with people.
What the hell? Yeah, when you go live, I'm gonna come through.
Respect, dude. Thank you. For sure, man. I think I'll do it in no more than 2 hours from now. Probably sometime, it's like 11:20 where I'm at, so I'm thinking by 1:30 I'll be going live.
Yeah, it's 12:30 here.
Oh, okay. Word.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
I'm actually I'll stay in here. I'll stay and listen for a second. I'm gonna hop on my phone, bro. I'm down to chop it up a little longer with you if you got some time, but I will be going soon just to let you know. So I think I'm gonna hop on my phone though, and yeah, bro, just let me know when you're shutting down.
Where's this ancient Chinese technology, man? This guy was talking about. I'm trying to find this winged technology that the Chinese had the same tech as these Anunnaki, but history of the Xinjiang, I don't see. He's got wings, but I don't see the fucking thing on his back. What's going on here? Is this it? I will find it. Oh, there's a guest trying to come up. My bad, I'm coming. I'm coming. Okay. Oh, you want me
Yeah, I
to share
got a
the screen?
song to share here. Hell yeah. Salutes, guys.
What's
Yo,
up?
that song wasn't coming in clear, was it?
It was good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it was?
I was playing it through my sub. That's what I was showing you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well, I might have
I'm
to try
playing it
that
through my
again.
system in my truck. You guys are plugged in, man.
Yeah, man, I was surprised. I didn't know the chat was getting active again. When I went down there and looked, I was like, oh, shit.
Hey, isn't this the dopest fucking little man thermos ever? Say.
That's nice, dude. I like that camo.
It was only $2, bro. I love thrift shopping. Yeah, it was only $2.
Yeah, pissed.
Even my nectar collector is camo. Dude, my truck's got an old military paint job on it.
Dude, that's a move.
It's like literally the military tan. Hey, where do you get military paint from? I'm serious.
What do you mean?
I need military olive drab tan. Or olive tan, I mean. Or tan drab, whatever the fuck you call it.
You gotta get
This
it
is
from the
literally
military.
a military shit. I wonder if I can get it at like a military surplus store. They'd have that.
I found giants
Gotta be
in
a place
China.
to get it.
I just found giants in China and paintings, old ones. I wasn't even looking for it, and I found it.
Did you get your laptop yet?
No.
Oh.
Should look it up.
I hope it comes today.
I doubt it's here. What's today? Let me look it up.
Fuck, I don't know.
Today's Monday. Look it up.
Yeah, I hopped over to Bear's fucking stream for a minute while he's playing some music to test out my sub, man. It sounds so good. I actually cleaned my fucking dash for the first time in here, too. It looked pretty nice. I can't believe this truck's so nice or how little I have into it. I got lucky. Man, it's like half the sky is nice up here, and then the other half looks all cloudy and shit, like it's gonna storm.
Dude, I like that twilight energy, like in between.
Okay, when's the last time you guys looked at the trees when I was on some stream or something? Look how blossomed out they are now. Just in like a week. Oof. Hearing the birds and shit. See, it gets all super vibrant green, guys. Look, see how vibrant green, and like, it still gets normal summer. It's not like all frozen land like you guys are like it's depicted in the movies and shit. It's actually really beautiful summer. Like I'm out here in fucking shorts and then I to my buddy Mark's. I gotta get it back to him and bought it at the mine. In a long sleeve little shirt.
It says June 2nd. In transit to next facility, arriving on time. It still says by the 17th of Saturday. Why does it take so long? You sent me that stuff. It came back.
I know. Maybe because it has a lipo battery in it. I don't know. Because it's a hazardous package. Maybe it has something to do with that, bro. I don't know. Flora sent it the normal way she always does, so.
The more I'm delivering it, these hazardous taking forever. The only thing.
My bad. I didn't know it was going to take that long.
I'm not nothing I can do about it. You'll get there.
It's already in the mail, yeah. It's alright. It's on the way. It's a cool gift. I just wanted to get there to you sooner. Shit.
Yeah, it says Anchorage, Alaska on the 30th. Oh, let me see all tracking. Alright. It says Anchorage, Alaska on the 30th, 125, on the 6th night. It departed Anchorage, and then it just says June 2nd. It's in transit. So it could be anywhere. It could be in Tulalulu, fucking Jamaica. Could have went
oil, damn
it. My bad, Chris. I'm letting you up. I didn't know you fell off.
You need oil, June. You need oil, bro. Yeah. I can hear your lifters ticking, man. You hear that tick noise? That's your lifters. It means you're low on oil.
Tick tock. Get off the crack, rock.
That's my neighbor that I park on my cars by. June. This little mini. I need to fix that body work on that thing this summer, man. That'd be cool to do for you. That'd be a cool little project to do for fun. You just want to see what I want to fix for fun?
AK,
I want to fix that for fun.
I'm getting 2 cars worked on right now. My mom's and mine. And
yeah, I know you're mentioning that.
Yeah, it's crazy. Charles.
Hopefully your motor's not going there, bro.
Earlier we were talking about.
You got oil?
Oil in it.
No, come here. You gotta wipe that off first. I'm listening.
Thank you.
Oh. Never mind. You're good. I was gonna tell Charles. Charles is bringing up something. You're good. I'll bring it up later.
Sorry, I had a neighbor swing by. He's low on oil. I noticed he's low on oil because here's lifters ticking.
No, you're fine.
This is my neighbor here that I park all my vehicles in front of his house. It's across from right here. What's it read now? Yeah, I told you that motherfucker was low.
Hey, do you have
What, you running 5 to 30?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got 5 to
30. What happened? I fell off the cliff.
Hey, bro, when problem, remember earlier we were talking about when problems pop up, solutions also seem to tag along with it. Oh man, AK,
yeah.
You gotta mute up if you're with your neighbor talking and away from the. Hey, can you mute him?
Hang on, Chris. I'll be right back, bro.
Yeah, bro, please mute him. Thank you. Yeah. If he was still here, I wasn't. Yeah, okay, cool. It's just he walked away from the phone. I don't want to be hearing all the background noise when I'm trying to talk to you. I was just saying, as problems pop up, solutions also pop up, man. It's like, my mom actually found online, I think on Facebook or something, a girl I knew in high school and middle school who's now a mechanic that does, she says her passion is to help people out and do mechanical work on cars if they can't afford to get into a body shop, into the shop. So I was like, dang, maybe in the future sometime I'll hit her up, and we were kind of friends back in the day, and if she likes to help people out if they can't afford to take a vehicle into the shop, I'll fucking go hit her up, and it just goes back to networking and connections and knowing people and how that can really be valuable. And it's just like I see what she's doing as what AK is doing with neighbors and people where he lives, helping them out and doing mechanical work for them rather than them having to go take it to some shop, you know. It's good, man. We need this is how we're supposed to be as humans, bro, is like providing services for each other, not fucking giving it over to these huge corporations and monopolies and chains to just you know, do it all. And like hell, I mean, being able to do things yourself, it's like I'm feeling more motivated to try to learn just basic things, you know, in general, whether with cars or anything, just in general, just learning more. So you know, you're the more knowledge you have, the more well equipped you're gonna be. Yeah. So shout out to all the people that do that, man, and help people out, and you know, it's more human too. There's not this big company or corporation you're going through for that mechanical work and assistance and help, you know. It's a whole different experience. More human, you know. Knowing people more personally, not behind this wall of, you know, corporatism. What the hell? What the... AK, you're muted,
What?
by the way.
What happened?
There was sirens going off on your end. That's all.
Where's Phil? Episode is
AK,
called
I don't know if
Demon
there you
Dark.
go. I don't know if you knew he was
That's not
muted.
my end. That was coming through the fucking thing.
Yeah, no, I was telling Charles that.
Oh,
I was I was asking
I didn't
Charles
know I was
why.
muted, and I looked down and realized I was muted.
So
Yeah.
Hmm.
We had just done that earlier when you had stepped away for any background noise, that's all. Until you got back.
Oh shit! I've been muted this whole time.
No,
yeah,
no, yeah,
Like since I
but
got
when you
back in the
came,
truck,
well, yeah, since you got back in the truck, that's why
motherfucker.
I tried to tell you. That's why I said, hey, AK. I said it again because I guess you didn't hear me earlier.
No, I didn't. I'm all bullshit with you talking like, yeah, helping people's good, man. Fuck, that's awesome. Like,
AK, let me know if you want to hop on Cold War again sometime. Anytime
I
you're
gotta pay
free,
my
sir.
internet bill right quick. Just gotta, make a
Sure.
phone call and just shut off my debit card. My wife didn't handle it in time.
damn.
She's been
Bill
busy
sent
though.
me.
She's been working a lot, so I'm not mad at her. It's just
Bill
some
sent me
regular
a book.
small potatoes and shit. But I'll message you as soon as it's back on, and we'll play again for sure today, bro. We'll play some.
Yeah,
I don't know,
okay, sounds good.
but that's weird.
Just I gotta go look at
How does that work? Somebody
and I
sent me
might do a
something
break time
from
on Tahoe today real quick. I can make like $300 today or something.
you heard? How does that work?
Hmm?
Someone sent me something from Indiana. It went past Connecticut. It went past, unless it took an airplane, but still. That don't make sense. It was supposed to be here on the 5th today. Oh, maybe it meant arrive in Connecticut on today. I don't fucking know. For some reason, packages are everywhere. That's because episode is called Satanism, Demon Construct. You know what I think of angels and don't? Tartarian domes. Watching uh what's his name? Daydreamer, and he was showing on the dome that there used to be that map that's on that's the Mercator map. It's on the center of the dome where the pole is that extracts some ether. And I always knew they modeled the dome capitals are modeled after our realm. The firmament and the pole, obviously the Polaris star, and the black sun would be the Mercury.
Lulu, you doing, sweetie?
Damn, AK,
Sorry. I mean,
AK is by the light. Turn the chainsaw on.
no, I was just closing my door to the camper truck. Hey, baby, I didn't know up.
You see the truck? Not bad. Oh, that's the one you bought for gold, right? You fixed it up.
It's Charles and Christoph. Look, here's Lulu, the cat. I've been telling you guys about the prego one I've been feeding. Hey, they do. Good morning.
Man, it's
Yeah,
nice in the last.
the method
That's
left
a
her
big
and like abandoned her. So I've been
gonna
taking care of her.
drop
Yeah, we're gonna
drop
take
you
care
now.
of it. We'll get the kitties and take care of them, give them away, and then Mark is gonna adopt her. But I think actually one of our family members in the back is gonna keep her. David and
You
Janelle.
could always,
Yeah.
you could take the 9 babies and make cat fur moccasins out of them.
Hang on, Lulu. I'll get you some food, sweetie, right now. Where's your tray thing?
Where you put it?
I'll go get it.
I gotta,
Get her straight to me.
I'm gonna move to Germany. Matter of
I'm gonna
fact,
give her a
I'm gonna,
drink this morning. She didn't finish what she had.
as a matter of fact, we need to blow up Lucy's phone. You know, AK, you and me could blow up Lucy's phone back to back to back to back to back.
Fuck,
And
man, you
fix that.
go straight to voicemail. I've been fucking trying, man. I already tried. I blew it up one day. I blew it up a couple like 3 times in a row.
Oh, it just rings.
No, not for me. It like rings once and goes to voicemail. Like it's turned off.
That ain't good.
No.
He's not even bot. He's not. I don't know. He
I don't know,
probably
bro.
just needs a- I don't.
Hey, sweetie, we're getting ready to pop.
Like Orville Reddit box.
Look at
Look at her
you.
tail.
Look at
Flamingo's
you.
tail.
You're so prego, Lulu. You're so prego, Lulu. You're ready to pop. You gonna let me? You gonna go into David and Janelle's house and have your kitties in there? We'll set you up with everything. I promise you. Should I get you in there? Yeah, I said
Was
they
she
want
a
you.
stray? She's a
Huh?
stray cat. Stray
No.
cat.
I've even babysitted her before. That's why she comes to me. It's for you, silly. Okay. Come here.
Come here, Lulu.
She was the neighbor's cat that moved out in the back.
That's
Come get
what's
it.
up.
She likes tuna. She'll eat that up. Here you go, sweetie. Yeah. We'll take care of her. Thanks, baby.
Beautiful in Alaska.
Yeah, it is. My neighbor just repainted his house. I really like the colors he did. They have a really beautiful garden in the back. This house and the one over next to it, that's Bong's sister next to him. These three, all these houses right here, they're all Korean, but they're the best neighbors I've ever had.
Oh yeah, they are. They work hard. They work hard, and they find it.
Here's my new fender. Hey, Marsh.
I love find their business.
Every time I come home. This is my new fender, bro. I got this for free. And then here I got these for free too. And then this, like, look how much I paid. It's a new heater. They're gonna run off my pack, my charge pack, $4. They keep you little guys warm. Look at mine.
Meow Mix. They sell that shit everywhere.
Like when they get happy, they start playing rough and shit. It's funny as fuck. Taste
No,
growling.
Red Squid be going in. Boy be live every day.
Get him, Moose. Get him.
Yeah. Oh.
No. I'll get some music. Sorry,
You need it on YouTube. That's fine. That video.
Yeah, get a hold of GCI, baby. Get the internet back on, please.
It's back on.
Oh, then will you reset the modem? I think the modem's been reset. Hey, boys.
Well,
they're always up, man. Look, always every morning, man. Right here, like glue. Is it? Oh, okay. Let me check my computer then. We might be good to go, Christos.
The internet went back on at 3:20.
Oh. Okay, so it wasn't my bill that was.
Rush,
We still need to put a payment plan on, babe.
I know.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't know. We need to. So at 2:15 my time, my internet cut out completely up here last night.
oh, what the fuck is going on here?
I don't know. It's just it's a lot of correlation. Bear was having internet problems too, like literally during his stream. And Rumble's been giving everyone problems, apparently. That's what I heard on the grapevine.
Heard it through the grapevine.
I got the damn dogs in my face. I'm on stream. I'm gonna build this next, guys. My favorite car. You guys see it? Subaru. The 99 Monte Carlo Impreza, man. It's the coolest car in the world.
The Merle.
It's my favorite case. That's down at Jim Street, man. So when I race my S10, guys, look, I'll be literally like taking off from here and like blasting towards this mountain, like this way, like down there on the other side of that bridge. That's where I'm gonna race my truck at. Oh, Christmas list? I'm trying to do you. I got this new keyboard yesterday too, bro. That was like $5. It's an $80 keyboard, wireless one. And I actually went in the store in the mouse section where they had it separate and found like some Logitech mouses, and I just so happened to grab the one and buy the one that was the exact one for the keyboard already linked to it. Yay, just shopping. If my internet's on, I can come back and come on the computer, put my phone down, so I'm not using all my data. Yay. Hey, look, it's got my old icon on my phone.
I found it.
What'd you find? Oh, I gotta sign in. Hey, if I get booted, I'm coming back because I gotta sign in on my computer and it sends a thing to my phone and it might boot me from here, but I'm not sure. So I'll get booted. Don't worry, I'm coming back soon. I'm just getting on my computer, bro.
Yes.
I'm gonna try it while I'm on the phone, but it might boot me. You know what I'm saying?
I promised the payment. 907-244-4332. 2.
It might boot me now if it does it. If it's
Dora,
gonna boot me.
Avasek.
Don't fuck with me, dude. Okay. Let's begin the search, guys. Okay. Oh, everyone left. Well, oh, who's in the guest? Christos. Oh, what happened, Chris? My bad. I'm gonna find these people. I know it. So Emperor King Shi Hung Bang Dang Wang. Yo, stop playing, son. Was Emperor Qin Shi Huang met with the Wang Chu citizens, and when they reached China, these are 10 feet tall people who wore the body of feathers, just like you see with the Anunnakis, and they had efficient form of energy which resembled a cone or corn that they would throw in the river and it would light it for 10 miles. So whoever these people are had the same technology as the Aztecs had, as the Anunnaki had, as the Wang Chu citizens had, and they were all giants at that. Um, and I found pictures when I was trying to search earlier of some giants in China, but these aren't the Wang Chu citizens because they're not Chinese. I don't think, because it says when they reach China. Okay.
But Alfred, lay down.
Oh,
Lay down.
gotta do this.
Come here, Patty.
Emperor.
Lay down. What
Happened to Chris?
He's just muted.
Oh, not this stuff. It's fucked up. I can't even do that now.
Okay, here we go. I didn't even realize you let us back up. Salute. Let's get it. We're gonna go in today.
Oh, it's QUIN. Oops.
Yeah, I had about an hour before I gotta go. I gotta go look at a truck. Make some money. You sell that fucking coin. I wonder how much the gold place would give me for it. Ivan gives me the craziest task. It's like impossible shit to sell. I'm gonna sell that coin that way I got money to get in the helicopter this year. Fix my suit. $50 a week.
What are you doing over there, AK?
I was talking to my wife.
It's AK-47.
Wish I had one of those.
What?
Fucking jets are running around. Fucking jets are everywhere out there right now.
Yeah, there's no pictures of these fucking people? Come on. You gotta be kidding me.
Didn't someone send you a laptop, Charles?
Yeah, AK. I just checked. It's not even close to here yet.
Fucking sucks. It's on the way. We can track it.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, I found a Zeus Chromebook. It was a good deal, so I picked it up. It's nicer than my little Chromebook. I like it. Like, it's got the rubber outside design where it's like shockproof.
The account right now. They're having.
Oh, they're having problems too? Oh, wow. Phone companies having issues with their systems up here right now too. I think it's solar flares. Well,
yeah, there was some issues.
I've been watching
going on.
it.
Yeah,
There's some flares going on right now.
Bro, there's a full moon recently.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff going on in there as far as the way the solar system's working around us right now. Don't make sense to me. I try not to think about it too much before I lose my fucking mind.
Well, hey, Mark Basket, you're being disingenuous, bro, because I know what you mean, but no one was saying that there was a laptop on the way back then. There were just talks of, getting the funds together to buy one.
Oh, I've been saying for months, though, that I was going to get them when Chris does personally.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I've been telling Charles that for months now. So finally got it done, though. So.
Good morning.
I ain't gonna lie. It happened.
Dude, that's going to be a big step, bro. Like,
I like when people surprise me, though, man. It's much better like that for some reason.
It's going to be a big step up.
Shit.
Yeah, but you didn't know when it was going to come. So.
I can't find these people.
No, not yet. It's fucking taking forever.
Wing Chong Wang.
I'm
Wing Chong people.
It's got a hazardous package with it.
Wang, you citizens. I can't find them, man. This is insane, man. It's like these people don't exist. Wayne Hugh Giants, 10 feet tall. China? Oh, here we go. Now we're talking about the giants. Rising river in China reaches 10 feet of great giant Buddha statue. Oh, okay. What the hell is that sound? An airplane.
Fucking airplanes.
Wow, there's flooding in China that reached that big Buddha statue. Man, I wish I lived in top of one of these old tree stumps. Damn, this Buddha statue is like as big as a skyscraper, bro.
They got a giant Buddha statue there that people like climb up it and shit.
Yeah, it's in China. Thing is huge,
It's
bro.
fucking ginormous.
It's like in a mountain, so
Mm-hmm.
yeah, nobody built this thing with chisels.
It's like their
No,
version of Mount Rushmore, but it's with the Buddha fucking statue instead.
that's awesome. I like Buddha. He's cool.
No, it's cool as shit, man. Like, it's impressive. Like, I know what you're talking about. I've seen it. It's huge, like massive.
Buddha.
I think it's the biggest Buddha statue in the world. I got this book. I'm gonna send you another book. Dude.
It's so funny, man, when these people be like, it's an incredibly rare 180 million year old fossil. Like, what the, how the fuck do you know that, man? We carbon it, really. Who's the carbon? Will kill me with that shit, man. They'll pick up a rock and be like, this rock is 100 trillion years old. Like, yeah, how do you know that? It is guessing. They'll put any number.
Just trust the science.
Just like that balloon, China. That balloon wasn't from China. It was one of NASA's rogue helium balloons. They got caught.
Trust the media. It never lies to you.
Oh, that's from Hibbler Productions, right?
Yeah. This is funny.
That is the cheapest I can find.
Is that for mine or yours?
And then that one.
Well, I'm getting my shit before you're getting yours.
I know, but I was
No,
like,
result.
this is what
Dizzle?
10 piece.
Oh, that ain't too bad.
That one's a 16 piece.
I'd rather get that one. It's complete A-arms. But if we're going to do that, I'm getting some race A-arms. Fuck that. Probably some race suspension. I'll pick the parts for that.
No, for my car.
Yeah, exactly. I've been working on your Honda for freaking years now. I think it's going to be all-wheel drive someday, baby, with the K24 with the turbo.
I know.
It's going to be sick.
Oh, I see what's going on.
Don't know about an all-wheel drive four-door Accord with the turbo. Ooh.
Maybe you need to fill out your application.
Yes, baby. That's why I put it right there. While the internet was out, I cleaned up the room some. Couldn't sleep last night.
I noticed.
Ruthless emperor that burned books. Ooh, ruthless. That's about all he did was burn books. Ooh.
Nice little fucking stoner.
It's like, you said tap it earlier, Kevin.
Will you grab my torch in there by the coffee pot?
Yes, baby.
Do. Christmas, what are you doing?
Honey.
No.
Okay.
Mic check, mic check.
I check
1, 2.
3, 4.
God, one of these fuckers.
Check.
I was just testing out the PS4 and seeing how it ran when I was on StreamYard on my phone. If there was any type of interference.
Mm.
Huh. They talk about the people that wore feathers, but yet they're nowhere to be found. When you Google their name, they don't exist. So, there's a chance we that ain't cool, G. Like, G.
Ah, dang, quit. Ow, ow, your claws hurt. Oh, you damn dogs. You're like leeches.
Yes, they are.
Being
Yeah, I was
snuggle
just playing,
attacked.
Mark. I wasn't even serious earlier, Mark Basket. I think he knew that though.
Beep boop. What's up, Mark?
How are you guys?
Hello.
Hello.
Greetings. I'm doing great. Charles, you need to you need to check your mic, Charles.
I used to have
Hey, doesn't Charles sound like he's underwater?
It's in and out, bro. Are you using your earbuds again?
I'm using my ass bud.
Sometimes when they're low on battery. Your ass buds, man, you're sick. You got problems, man. Damn. We heard that loud and clear.
AK, I think I'm gonna go live here this afternoon.
When is that? Keep saying that.
Yeah.
You should go live now.
I'm thinking like 2:30.
Holy shit. Looks like I'm in.
3.
Yeah.
What was that?
Hello?
That face plant?
It looks like I made it.
Place plant.
Ah.
I gotta get off for soon too.
Nice.
I gotta work.
No doubt, bro.
But it was fun getting on there for a minute.
Yeah, it's
I'm
good
glad
to
they
hear from you.
got a signal, man.
I just took the bicycle out for the first time this year.
What do you think about?
Went to the
You ever
bank.
heard of? You ever heard faceplant of Emperor Qin Shi Huang and the Wang? I think it's the Wang Fu citizens that were 10 feet tall and they were the feathers of birds and they had that technology that the Anunnaki had. I'm trying to find these fuckers. They had a box in their left hand and they held a cone in the right hand and they would throw it in the river in China and it would light the river for 10 miles. That's some good technology.
Yo, that's
Yeah, I got
trippy
a
as fuck sounding. I don't know if I
Yeah.
heard you right.
Yeah.
Hey, AK, did you say you had to go?
Yeah,
Yeah, he's got diarrhea.
I don't know
You got
even
diarrhea.
know what you're talking about.
Now I watched this short video on Faceplant that they were talking about this Chinese emperor. His name's, I think, Qin Shi Huang. And there's the Wang Q citizens, or Wang, I'm probably saying that wrong. Wang Q citizens. They were these 10 feet tall giants, and they wore, like the Anunnakis and them hieroglyphs, they wore feathers of a bird. And these feathers, I think, would pick up like the energy from the ether, like the towers on the buildings would, but they would hold a box in their left hand, and in their right hand they would hold a cone, and this cone was like a light bulb. They would throw it in the river, and it would light up. And I was talking to Chris about it. I said it's like Bluetooth technology. It'd be like holding a phone in your left hand and having a Bluetooth fucking light in your right. They have them, Bluetooth lights, Bluetooth radios, Bluetooth headphones. But I don't think their technology causes cancer like ours does. Because on my headphones box it says warning can cause cancer and basically stop you from reproducing.
Instead of Bluetooth, I just buy it at Walmart, a $20 FM transmitter, and you stick it in the headphone jack, and then you can listen to it on any radio. You set the station.
Huh.
Some of them have unlimited tuning in the FM band, and some of them have like a little press button. They take two AAA batteries.
What are they called?
FM transmitter. You can get them at Walmart.
Okay, I'm writing that down.
And there's Bluetooth ones, but there's ones that are not Bluetooth. So it's a FM transmitter. So you just plug it into your headphone jack of whatever you want to listen to, your car, or a boom box or whatever, or just a little radio.
Why do you think Bluetooth does that? What type of signal is it that's giving people cancer, stopping reproduction? Like,
well,
there must be
for music. For music, the Bluetooth can't carry the whole file of the music. It carries a more compressed version. Like it can't carry the bass or whatever. Like if you have the settings on your phone of all the different settings, and some of them don't work on the Bluetooth.
But no, why does it give people cancer though? Like what type of signal is Bluetooth giving off? Is it a microwave signal?
Radio frequencies.
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently, all the radiation, like radar, X-rays, microwaves, apparently it's all carcinogenic. So, yeah, who knows? That's just something we don't learn and we use every day, but we don't learn about how it works or anything.
I got a 1-year warranty.
I don't know about cancer in the first place. It seems like it's just a business. If they cure cancer, then there's no cancer business, right? So.
Yep. I watched my mother get chemo and all that stuff. She died twice on the table, and they tried to operate. Even though there's a 90% chance it was going to spread or something like that, she still took it, because who wants to die at 40 years old, 42, I mean. But it says, warning, cancer and reproductive harm. Go to www.p65warning.ca.gov. So now they're putting it on these devices because they know they don't want to get sued if they don't. So they have no choice
It
but to
looks
tell the truth.
it looks like all the cancer started from all the when they started using oil from the ground. Like it's called fossil fuel, but it's not really fossil fuels. It's a fucking joke calling it fossil fuel, but it's like cannibalism of the earth. Putting oil in everything, putting it in food, in your clothes, like it's a real problem reaction solution thing. They throw something into the environment that fucks you up, and then they come and behave you, and then you're an advertisement for them when they come and save you. Like, you know, that Operation Smile. I'm sure you've seen it on TV. It's on the insanity about kids with a cleft lip and palate. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they did something to the environment. They did something to the environment to give these kids more.
I'm trying to see if it states why it's harmful. I know I get headaches. When I first started using these, I was getting massive headaches.
Yeah, I don't like using them myself.
Yo, is this a magnet? People put in here.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Darn. Boy, am I slow today. Yeah, I got a year warranty on these headphones. When I was on the phone earlier, they was wigging out, man. It was going blah, 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 blah on my left headphone. I'm like, dude, what's going on?
That's why we couldn't hear you well. Yeah, I hear you fine.
Yeah, I have to face plant. Damn, man, he's got to go to he doesn't have to, but it'd be nice for him to get to a place where there's a strong signal and come up and drop some knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah, that reading I did earlier was a little disappointing.
Was it?
Yeah, I thought it was gonna have more information on like Tartaria, as it says Russia, Turkey. And all it did was talk about St. Petersburg, Russia. But I love St. Petersburg, Russia. I looked at a lot of architecture from there, man. Let me tell you. But I really think these World Fairs. I think a good majority of the stuff that was built at these World Fairs was wood and plaster, because I've seen the evidence of it being knocked down. It's all wood and thin plaster. But the reason why they made it so the archway so big is because there was buildings there that were built by the taller people. So they had to, build other stuff to blend it in. But like look at Philadelphia. The train station, Philly. They rebuilt something else, but look it up. Look up the Philadelphia train station, man. In the 1800s, that thing beautiful.
Look what up?
The
What's it
Philadelphia
called?
train station. I
Oh,
don't know
okay.
the name of it.
That's
It's
all
for
good. You could
Philadelphia.
just find the Philadelphia train station.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
remember that. I'm gonna check that out. Hey, Charles, I'm about to hop off here. I need to go walk to the store nearby, get some things.
Yeah, I might
I don't
hop
have my
off
car
too.
yet.
I'm going to chill out, eat, wait for you to go live later.
Yeah, hell yeah, bro. Hey, it's gonna be a good time, man, because I haven't gone live in a while, man. So I'm really curious who might pop up, and it would be nice to have you and anyone else that might hop on real soon. No doubt, man. I appreciate it.
No doubt, I'll be there.
All right, dude. Take it easy. I'll see you in a couple hours.
All right, Christos, peace.
Later, Christos.
All right, peace, guys. Good talk. Hey, bye. Bye, Flora.
Flora. That's the name, Flora?
Yeah, that's my wife's name, Flora. Yeah.
Yeah, I
All right,
hope
buddy. Huh?
Lucin's all right, man. Keep trying to call
Oh,
him. I'm
man.
gonna keep.
Me too. I'll try to get a hold of him too, man. Just
I might fly a drone over there.
that'd be funny.
It's just odd. I hope he is taking a break and he's just chilling with his
I hope
son
so
and stuff.
too, man.
It's just not like him to disappear and not say nothing to nobody.
Right.
What is the matter
Now I'm
with
starting to
you?
think, I do something to piss him off or what the fuck? I
No,
don't remember.
it ain't that. 'Cause he ain't answering none of us, so it's not that. Well, let me go ahead and get off here too, bro. I gotta go get ready to get to work and feed these dogs and stuff.
All right, okay. Have a dope day. One
For
love.
sure,
Peace
you
out.
too, man.
And
Peace
salute
out.
to everyone.
Yeah, much love to everybody in the
Bill,
chat. I gotta get to work, make some money.
Gabriel.
Later, bro.
Peace. The realist
Peace.
McCoy. Christos. Seth Willenberg. I don't know who that is, but salute to Seth. Bex. Orphan Annie. Void. And definitely Faceplant. And so Amma. I know she was in here somewhere. Phil. Where's the White Shadow, bro? White Shadow, where you at? That's racist. What if there's a... Why isn't there black shadows? What if your name was Purple Shadow? Anyway, I'm out. I'll check y'all later. Maybe I'll go live in a few hours. If Chris don't, I'm gonna go look for some Tartarian books. Peace to the gods.